Good afternoon, my fellow Kenyans. It is yet another day in our country, and welcome to our show today. Today I'll be talking about the finance bill and proposed budgetary allocation and maybe government policies. So that is what I'll stress on today before we go into the other political matters in our country. Okay, let me just paste the link for you guys. Yep. So I think I'll start with the finance bill. I don't know if I'm more audible to be heard by you guys. Maybe you can just respond pale. So yesterday, Mbadi was, as you all know, that public participation on the finance bill 2026 is going on, and before I go there, I just wanted to touch on some things about policies and how our government are always making these policies. So so as we all know that every policy is as a response of action or inaction towards a certain group with dealing with a certain problem. But when we come to looking at a policy, it is not just something that is big or something. A policy must have some elements in order for it to be in order for it to be made like to be a policy. So a policies must have intentions, it must have goals, it must have proposals, programs, decision making choices, and effects. But now when we come to public policies, we look at if it's either a cause of government action or inaction in response to a public problem. And a public policies is also influenced by certain factors, such as the socio-economic conditions, prevailing political values, public mood, and structure of government, and also the norms of that state. And when it comes to public policies, it comes in various forms. It just doesn't come in one form. So public policies might be distributive or redistributive or regulatory and consequential. Yeah. And when they are being classified, those are just types. When they're being classified as substantive or procedural. But before I go far, there is a theory called the elite theory, which looks at public policy as a product of or a creation of elites. Like it's like elites are most of the people that influence the formulation of these policies, in as much as there is things such as public participation and whatever. And when it comes to public policy formulation, most of the time it's done by the office of the president. his immediate advisors, and other members of the executive and expertise. Those are the ones who are the main people in policy formulation. But in that policy making or policy formulation, in most cases, we have some of the approaches that comes to it before a policy is formulated. And the first one is like to let that policy happen. And in most cases, the governments create channels of communication in order for these policies to reach people. For example, the media. We can see now the media is showing us on how the things such as the finance bill is being taken, and apart from letting it happen. So when they let it happen, the government is passive. It's kind of passive in this process. And after that, they encourage it to happen. So when it reaches to encourage people to happen, is now when public participation comes in. Yeah, it's when public participation comes in. And the third part is making it happen. And in making it happen, the government now comes and defines the problems and the priority and establishes some goals. So here, in all the three processes, the government prefers this last part of making it happen. But hapo kwa let it happen and encouraging, they don't really put emphasis on it, because we can see now, like the finance bill, public participation, there has been hakujakuwa na a lot of emphasis being put on it to happen. But when it comes to encouraging, the government takes a very big role in it. So yesterday, I saw Mbadi at the University of Nairobi. They were greatly discussing about this finance bill of 2026. And there are some of the things that I heard him saying, and yeah, I think we just have to wake up as Kenyans. In as much as we have politics in these issues now, we're supposed to wake up. Yeah. So first, Buddy was asked the question. Buddy was asked the question about the fuel prices going down and how they met those people, the matatu operators. And he was like, he just diverted into some issues, and he ended up saying that he ended up saying that he has even given good advice to this government. That is why they have not defaulted from the international borrowers. And on the issue of mafuta, akaulizwa mbona kuna price differences between us and our neighboring East African countries. And he was like, he said, we should check next month. We see if the prices of fuel in Uganda, Tanzania, and maybe Rwanda, tuone kama zitakuwa same. Amesema next month prices za fuel in our neighboring countries zitakuwa zimehike. So that is what I'm really waiting to analyze next month. Amesema their prices are low because they are still consuming the stock that they have been having it. Hawajaanza kuninio kama Kenya, and akatetea Kenya, akasema Kenya is a big economy. That is why the consumption of fuel is high. So next month mimi nangoja tu kuona kama price za fuel zitakuwa zimereduce in our neighboring country. Another thing that he was asked, yeah, he boasted on being a person that is giving good advice to the government. And that is why Kenya has not defaulted in debt payment. Yeah, he said it's because of his good advice. So I don't know. Yeah. So about the finance bill, public participation is still ongoing, and they said the what is it called? The 2026 finance bill mainly is to bring more people into the tax bracket, so as not to put too much burden on those who are already paying. And nikaona alileta the issue of the private business owners, or like people who are not in the sector that they have been employed, like they are paying their own they are doing their own businesses. Alisema these are the people that most of them are exempting from tax, and they are the people that who are going to be targeted. And when he was asked about what he was asked about the amount of tax that they are anticipating or targeting to collect, he said that they want to collect 19 they are targeting to collect 54 billion from income tax and an additional 30 billion from tax amnesty. Yeah, and the issue of tax amnesty, they'll mainly look at the principle. Yeah, so but from personal income tax, for those who are running their own businesses and what, they are targeting 100 billion. Yeah, so here they are going for the self-employed people. In the same case, Mbadi was asked about yes, they are trying to raise money from people who are already. He was asked why is it that they are trying to raise money from people who are already overtaxed. And he ended up talking about the rental income tax, whereby, yeah, we all know that when it comes to the rental income tax, there is a monthly contribution from the landlords, especially those landlords who earn between 288,000 and 15 and like the tax bracket between 288,000 and 15 million per annum. So the land so that one has been raised from, I think, 7.5% to 10%. And he ended up saying that sasa kitu kama hii yeye ni kama alimake assumption hiyo itakuwa tu on landlords, but I don't think the landlords will will give us an opportunity, will just give an opportunity for the tax burden to land on them. I don't think so. I'm very sure that these people will increase the price ya kulipa rent. Hawatakubali kubea hiyo burden peke yao, because even if the things such as doing repairs and whatever the expenses they face with their tenants, when it comes to the issue of taxes, the landlords can't deduct their expenses. So ni wewe kama hiyo tax imeongezeka ni hivyo hivyo. And I don't know how that one will go. So that was it. And when he was being asked about taxes on smartphones, because it's one of the issues in that thingy, they had said that there'll be a 25% tax on smartphones. He was like, kwanza he was asked that question in Kiswahili, and then he was like, on an issue about this finance bill, I can't respond to it in Kiswahili because the finance bill is written in English. And on the same issue, I came to, in my own view, nikaona ni kama in some in some type of way is that the finance bill maybe iko na red flags kidogo, because why couldn't it we have English is not is not the only national language. We also have Kiswahili, but it's been written in English. So I don't know if it will have some negative stuff on when it comes to public participation, because even hata katiba yetu imeandikwa both in English and Kiswahili, since sio kila mtu ako na hiyo nini ya ku digest information in English. Kuna wengine wataielewa sawa kama ingekuwa both in Kiswahili and English, maybe kuna wengine wangeielewa sawa, but kuna wengine sasa imeandikwa in English, they find it hard to interpret. Ama kama ingekuwa imeandikwa in Kiswahili pekee, kuna wengine wange find it hard to interpret, but now it is what it is. So I think I'll just put an interview, because for me I see kama imeandikwa in English, it's only a product or a beneficiary of the elites. And when it comes to public participation, mostly it's the elites wakisema kuna meeting Mombasa ama waseme wapi, they'll do it and just finish the public participation huko kwa cities pale juu. Even if it's going to Murang'a, they'll take that public participation to Murang'a town. Hawataenda huko kijijini penya watu wanasikia that pinch wako. They'll go to the cities and it will end up there, that discussion. So let me just put a small mini of it. I've also seen that some of the impacts that it will have on our farmers. And in the same crowd, I saw that there is this young Anita Roslin Alionya. He went and brought some kind of politics there, and he was heckled. People told him, "We are not here for politics. We are here to discuss the finance bill." Let me just look for it.
And I'm in the transport sector. Even though fuel costs now
Joash Onsare, tuko tayari kabisa kukujuza. Shida Chelangat, kazi kwako.
Asante sana wenzangu. I cannot beat that Kiswahili, but of course now about the finance bill 20.
So there we go. And for those who have read the finance bill, I'd like also you to give me your contribution on the same. And after the finance bill, I'm going to things to do with the budget, because most of the Kenyans, we always run to the finance bill, and we forget the budget.
'26. But first, I want to pass you over to Andrin Kilemi, who has the latest at this hour of what is happening in the country. And I just want, let's see if she is ready. But before that, Waziri, this week was hot one. And so in terms of, even the fuel protests that we did see across the country, how far are the deliberations coming on?
Thank you very much. And you forgive me, my voice is not the best. I'm actually been under the weather a little bit. But now, coming back to your question, this was a very eventful week. Very unfortunate that we saw what we saw. Not about the demonstration, not about the strike, but about the events that led after the strike was announced. But I will tell you that, yes, we have taken some action to sit down and dialogue with matatu operators and those who are operating in this space. It is not deniable that the prices of fuel have gone up exponentially.
Yes.
Unbelievable. But again, we need to really be sober a little bit and understand what led us to where we are. And I think that's the conversation that we are missing. We need to give dialogue a chance to sit down, discuss, and see what best we can do out of this crisis. But indeed, it is a crisis.
Yes, it is indeed a crisis. And I love you saying that, it is with no doubt that the prices have risen. But you're on record that, before you joined this particular government as the CS, saying that, a hike would cause, the cost of living to go high. So everyone is wondering, you came onto this the sudden change of tune, even when we are recording high prices of fuel across the East African region.
Yeah, so you've heard, ameulizwa mbona, I think there was a video that was trending of him and Wandai when they were not in government yet, the way they used to defend or to talk about these issues, but when they are in government, they have changed their tone. So I think when he was asked about changing of the tone, he said he hasn't changed. That is what Mbadi has said. Yeah, so when he was asked reason as to why alikuwa na speak a different language when he was in opposition and now, compared to now, when he's in government, Mbadi ended up saying that he's still the same Mbadi and nothing has changed. I don't know if you guys agree with this, that this is the same Mbadi that was in opposition. Mm-hmm.
Change any tune at all. I am still the same John Badi who was in parliament, who was even before parliament was agitating for good governance. I still believe in good governance and we demand for good governance. What is different is that I think since the world was created, there is no time that Strait of Hormuz has ever been blocked. This is the first time that space. It's a narrow.
So, do you guys think it's a state of Hormuz or it's other things? Because ndo huyu ashaleta the state of Hormuz, the state of Hormuz narrative.
Corridor, but that is where 20% of world's oil comes from or comes through. Further, for Africa, the bulk of the petroleum products that we consume, the fuel that we use, come through that. And so any challenge to that corridor affects our prices automatically. And I will tell you for a fact that now oil marketing companies that use or have been supplying us with oil have to source for oil elsewhere, far places, not where they were the traditional sources. And that is why you'd find that on 28th of February, 2026, when Trump announced that the war had begun with Iran, the price per ton of diesel was $642. Today, it is at 1,120 per US dollars per metric ton. That is over 80% increase in what they call the Platts price or index price of oil or of fuel. Now that automatically builds into the price at the local stage. So that is what has hit us hard. And I will tell you, some countries, it is not even about the price. It's not even about the costs. In some countries, it is about availability. There are countries that cannot even access. In fact, some countries have advised their citizens to be working from home to save on fuel. There are countries where they ration. That has not hit Kenya. At least for now, we have, because of the programs and the plans that we had, at least we have availability of fuel. We have guaranteed availability of fuel. Now, what is the challenge is the price.
And I think after the finance bill, there was just something that it is obviously the budget that we are going into. And there was a question that Mbadi was asked about what Ndidi Nyoro is talking about, making the fuel VAT exempted. And he was like, the budget can't be cut. Yeah. Alisema the budget can't be cut and VAT can't be removed. And he ended up saying that he ended up at a place where he was saying that the external finances like the IMF and the World Bank can't lend our country. And the only thing maybe they'll have to do if they make the fuel VAT, if the VAT is exempted from the fuel, then they'll have to stop paying people salary. Or if they don't stop paying the people the salary, they'll have to cut down or to reduce people's salaries, these public servants and all these people. Do you think this government or the MPs and whatever and all these public servants can agree their salary to be reduced if maybe VAT is exempted from this fuel? Do you think they can agree their salaries to be reduced? And another thing that he said, they might be able to maybe borrow domestically. And when it comes to this issue of reducing the salary of the civil servants, he said they can't because these people will take them to court. So meaning the public servants are not willing for their salaries to be deducted in order for maybe the common mwananchi whatever. Yeah. And he was also asked about the issue of Mitumba and that tax. Yeah, and he said what he said. So let's just continue. We listen to him.
And the only way to deal with price of fuel in Kenya is two things. Number one, the price of fuel is determined. There is an international way of calculating the price of fuel. The only thing you can do is to subsidize as a country. Or at the extreme cases, in the extreme, you can start reducing certain taxes and levies that are added onto the landing cost of fuel. Now, what have we done as a government? In terms of subsidy, we have done the best that we could. Because before...
Yeah, so anaongea about the subsidies, huh? Na anasema when it comes to subsidizing the price of fuel, them as a government, they have done the best. And there is a place that you'll see hapo mbele. There is a boy who will ask him a question about what Ndininyoro has been saying, that the government should provide 5 billion to subsidize diesel. Mtasikia tu vile atamjibu. So I don't know if you think that the government of Kenya has done its best in order to subsidize fuel. For those of you who have maybe done the research or you have an opinion on the same. Has the government of Kenya done the best to subsidize fuel as the way the Mbadi is saying?
This crisis, we had 17 billion that we had built into the fund, stabilization fund. Out of that, it was 16.7 thereabout. Out of that amount, the first month when we were hit, because you see, we were consuming the stock. After the war, we consumed the stock of February and March, which had already been ordered at that old price, which was cheap. So when the new prices started hitting us in April, we moved to cushion Kenyans by applying 6.2 billion. Of course, we could not apply the entire amount because we didn't know for how long this war would last. So we applied 6.2 billion to cushion and reduce prices. Now, apart from that, as a government, we decided to reduce VAT. Initially, I announced a reduction as CS National Treasury to 13% because that is what the law allows me. But the president realized that we needed to go a step further and now proposed that we go all the way to 8%. That I could not do because the law only allows the CS to do up to 25% of the rate, which could have not taken us below 12%. So Parliament was called upon to apply their responsibility and reduce value-added tax from 16% to 8%.
Yes.
Of course, with consequences, and I'll come back to that later. Now, come the month of May, the prices even shot higher in the international stage, beyond even what we had anticipated in the month of April. So what did we do? We again applied, because now we were remaining with just about 7 billion in that kit. We applied another 5 billion as because we still have another 1 month or at least another one round, another one cycle of price announcement. So we applied another 5 billion. That 5 billion that we applied, we specifically targeted diesel because diesel is the most consumed in our economy. So we applied 4.5 billion to diesel to cushion, to subsidize it, 500 to kerosene, and petrol we did not even subsidize. Now, what happened is that after doing that, still the prices had to go up because the subsidy was not enough.
It was not enough.
It was not enough.
Yes, but now,
so after, just maybe give me a minute. So after the discussion that we had with the Matatu, the representatives of the Matatu sector and all the discussion we had on Monday and Tuesday, we then agreed that the remaining 5 billion that's in the kit, we could use again another 2.7 billion to cushion further diesel. That is why you had the announcement that was made yesterday. So the government is doing everything that it can to make sure that the prices of petroleum products or fuel comes down so that we cushion, not Kenyans, to cushion our economy. Because rising prices means rising inflation.
All right. And, we now have a period of 1 week before the Matatu owners decide to go back to the streets or not, depending on the deliberations that you're having. And people are wondering, on Monday, you said the fuel prices will remain unchanged until the next pricing cycle. Now we're looking at 1 week. Can you make it make sense? What are we really looking at? Can the prices change?
First of all, there are concerns of these players in this industry beyond the pricing. One of the issues they have is the issue of adulteration. Actually, to them, that's number one. Because when you leave the kerosene prices way behind diesel prices, then you run the risk of adulterating fuel. And that would have a knock effect on their engines. That is their biggest concern. So that we are trying to address. And you saw now the government is trying to push the prices of kerosene to be as close as possible to diesel. And also taking other measures. The measures are being discussed on how the government can make sure that there is no adulteration. So that is number one. That is being discussed. In the 1 week, I think we should be able to come to an agreement. Then number two is the pricing. Even if it is not going to kick in immediately, we have another round another cycle where the prices will be announced. Today is 20, tomorrow is 21st. The next announcement will be on 14th. So we
Yeah, so you've had 14th of next month. Tungoje tusikie April ita announce aje the prices of fuel. But I think that is after 1 week to date 20th. Hata hapo bado au na matatu operators is 1 week, but the period between now and when April will announce the new prices is longer compared to your period wao wako nayo na hao matatu operators. So I don't know what will go on. So does it mean that April hawata announce the hata wasipo announce the fuel prices or something, our matatu operators, I don't know if it will have any change or something, but let's just wait and see.
We are discussing not with just solution for today. It is solution for today, tomorrow, and the days to come.
All right. That the fuel prices is really a touchy question for everyone here. And my co-host, Brian Furaha, is hanging out somewhere in the audience, and as well as Josh Onsari. Perhaps we could get views from your side. Any questions, comments? Brian, over to you.
Hello, Waziri.
Yes.
For the common man out here who are, we have to admit the cost of products have now gone high. Food food and transport have gone high. So how do you exactly plan on cushioning this, especially now we're waiting for next week for you to have the next meeting with the transport sector? If that doesn't work out, and then we have the June 14th, if again the results are negative again, what are you going to tell the common Mwananchi? What if you come up with higher taxation rates, higher fuel prices? Then what do you do from that?
I don't think the question is about if we fail. There is no if we fail here. It's all about, do we understand each other? So that is the bottom line. So we must make sure we work towards succeeding. So we must succeed. There is no way we can fail. How do we fail? We can surrender that the country has failed. So let me answer you this way. Desperate times call for different desperate measures. If it gets to a point where we are now desperate, we'll employ desperate or apply desperate measures. We had COVID. There are certain things that we did which ordinarily we could have not done. So we may end up doing things ordinarily we would have not done just to accommodate the crisis that we have. So there is no question of failing. There is no way we can fail. How do we fail? How do we surrender, throw our arms up and say we are failed? Yeah. So I am confident we are not going to fail. We are going to understand each other, we are going to agree, and we are going to apply or employ desperate measures if it gets to that.
All right. As we wrap up with the whole fuel question and the hot topic around that, Waziri, some quarters have named you the experts that were brought in to salvage a situation, and now with the experts in office, we are seeing record high prices. Is it that you're giving bad advice, or is it that you're giving good advice that's just not being taken in?
Which you make me really laugh. First of all, let me ask you, which minister for finance has experienced a situation where the US president decides to go and bomb Iraq? It has probably never happened. And I will tell you, and I started by...
So this guy, so this guy ameamua kuingiza Donald Trump kwa swali yake. Ameulizwa tu vizuri, since hao waliletwa hapo kama experts wakati mambo ilikuwa imeharibika during the reshuffling of the cabinet, let me say. Anaulizwa about kama advice ni nzuri, hao ndio hawa take in, ama kama advice ni mbaya. He decided to bring Donald Trump in the matter. Ati being a cabinet secretary, yeye ndiye alichoose US president kwenda kubomb Iran. Anyway, let's listen to how he will respond, because I think responded by saying he's giving very good advice yenye imefanya
saying that Strait of Hormuz, some people just mention it and make a joke out of it. That small corridor holds the key to energy prices in the whole world. The energy prices have gone up across the globe. I hear people talk about Uganda, Tanzania. Let me tell you, Uganda and Tanzania are still consuming the stock of March and February. Come to next month.
Mmesikia hiyo? So mimi next month I'll just keep an eye. Next month we will all keep an eye to what Mbadi has said today. Amesema TZ na UG mafuta yao iko cheap juu bado wana consume stock wamekuwa nayo. And Kenya is a big economy, so consumption iko high. So next month, I'll be waiting to see if the prices of Uganda and Tanzania will have risen. Venye ametuambia hapa. We are just here. And we have this video at hand. We will refer to it.
I'll guarantee you, come to next month, their prices will be higher than ours. A month ago, look at the prices in Tanzania and compare it to Kenya. Both diesel and petrol, they were higher than Kenyan prices. It is today that they are lower because they have backlog in terms of fuel consumption compared to us. And when you say this, some people are making a joke out of it, that we are saying Kenya is a big economy. Is it a secret that Kenya is the largest economy in East and therefore we consume more? And that is not a problem. Kenya is the biggest economy. Our consumption is high. We are consuming products that we imported in April at higher prices than March. When Tanzania will start consuming the fuel that was imported in April, you will see the prices in Tanzania. You will see the prices in Uganda. But that aside, the advice that we give, I have given good advice. That is why Kenya has not defaulted in debt repayment.
Mhm.
My sister,
Mmesikia hiyo? Mmesikia hiyo ya good advice? Huh? Do you think that is true? Or it's just zinaitwangaje hot air?
when in 2022, and these are
I can see pale kwa comment section Vanessa is in the building. Vanessa, we're looking at this thing of fuel before tuingie kwa inaitwaje? Kwa finance bill. But Mzee Mbadi ametuambia hapa that the government of Kenya has done its best to subsidize fuel. I don't know. Do you think it's true? Na pia amesema next month tuende to check prices za what is it called, za Uganda and Tanzania, tuone kama zitakuwa penye ziko ama zitakuwa zimehike. Amesema the reason as to why the prices of fuel are in Uganda and Tanzania are low is because they have been consuming stock ya February na March. And also another thing that he has said, amesema hawawezi remove VAT. VAT can't be removed from fuel because it will render them to, watashindwa kulipa salary to the public servants, ama itabidi waendelee kuborrow domestically since they can't borrow internationally, or they will be forced to reduce the prices, the salaries of the civil servants. And he said that one cannot happen. Aliweka emphasis hapo sana, akasema price ya civil servants haiwezi punguzwa because watawapeleka kotini. So I don't know what you guys think about this. Think about what Mbadi is telling us. Oh, Vanessa, welcome to the show.
these are records that are valid.
Yeah.
IMF said 6 African countries were going to default. 2 of them in this region, Ethiopia, up here, and Kenya, were going to default. It was not about whether they would default. They were going to default. It was just when. Ghana was going to default. Mozambique, Chad, they were going to default.
So amesema the reason as to why Kenya has not defaulted is because anapeana good advice.
Check records. All the 5 have defaulted. Kenya has not. Is it because we pray too much? No, it is because of good advice. That is why we are where we are. You know? So, I'll tell you that I think it was not a mistake to have this broad-based government. It was not a mistake to have some of us in government. We brought other ideas, combined with the ideas of those who are there, and with the support of the executive, and with the support of the cabinet, and with the support of none other than the president. We are where we are. President Uhuru Kenyatta told us when he was handing over to President Ruto that Ruto will not rule Kenya for even 3 months because he knows where he has left Kenya. This is not a secret. He said it in Masailot to all Azimio MPs. I was present then as Azimio MP. I was looking at him and wondering, really? And you were campaigning for Raila to be president, and you are telling us that the next president is going to fail in 3 months because you know where you have left the country. But he was right. Remember, the same Rigathi Gachagua today I see praising Uhuru Kenyatta and saying that he left a strong economy. The same Rigathi Gachagua saying Uhuru left exchequer with no money. Did he say it? Is it not on record? Has it happened now, all of a sudden, that he realized that Uhuru left a stable economy?
So for the
Again,
record, we are
let me
closing nicely.
just let me 1 week into Ruto presidency, 1 week, there was no fuel across the country. I don't know whether you people have forgotten. The petrol stations were dry. Ruto had to think quickly to come up with this G2G. Why did that happen? Do you know why there was no fuel? There was no fuel because there were no forex exchange. Forex. There were no dollars in this country. And you cannot import fuel in Kenya shilling. Fuel is not something you buy from Kisumu. Fuel, you bring it. You bring fuel. Fuel is brought from Middle East. It is brought from India. It's brought from outside. And for you to buy, don't think India, they will take your Kenya shilling. They take US dollars at the bare minimum. Now, there were no dollars in the banks. Dollars were being rationed. Have you forgotten? To the extent that $1 now rose all the way to 160 Kenya shilling to the dollar.
All right.
Because of an economy that Ruto inherited. We have stabilized this. Today, you can see the shilling has stabilized at 129 to the dollar, 130 to the dollar. And then someone comes up and starts saying that the experts have not done much work, that Ruto has not done much work. But yes, we could do more, but we have done a lot.
All right. I beg that we now end that discussion over there. But now let's go to the core of this.
Yeah, so on the issue of fuel, now that you've listened to what Mbadi has said and everything, there are just several questions that I had asked you concerning if you think that the government of Kenya has done the best in subsidizing fuel, because Mbadi amekuwa amepeana hapo figures of what they took from the stabilization fund in order to subsidize fuel, and he said that they have done a lot on that, which I don't know. So I don't know what your view is on the same, and also the issue of he has said that Uhuru left the country in a bad state, and also the issue of him saying that he is a good advisor. That's why Kenya hasn't defaulted from, has it had a default as the IMF and the World Bank had said. So yeah, that is it. And just to wrap up the fuel stuff, he's now going to the finance bill thing. Let's listen to what he will say.
town hall, the finance bill. And even before we start, I want to engage the audience. How many of us here have read the finance bill 20?
Yeah, even me before I go into this finance bill, you can just tell me in the comment section if you have read the finance bill 2026. Vanessa, have you read it? Mumesoma finance bill 2026?
T26. Yes? 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 All right, so that is interesting. But when you look at it, public participation. All right, calm down. But then we look at it, in terms of public participation is going on. Public participation. All right, I beg that, we do respect the House rules that we set up.
Yeah, so before we go into that finance bill thing, in as much as politicians are coming out here to tell us what is in the finance bill, as Kenyans, you should also sit down and know what is there. And now that public participation is ongoing about this bill, I don't know how many of you are aware. When I started the show, I was saying this finance bill might or has some red flags because it's only written in English. So when it comes to public participation, there are people who can't ninio with English. I wish it could be made in Swahili, and yeah, so as when it reaches other people maybe who don't understand English, it might be easy for them to interpret the same.
Earlier on, we will respect each other and we will not heckle. Thank you so much. So now let's look at it. Public participation is ongoing, Bwana Waziri, and this finance bill, of course, has a lot of legal jargon that the common mwananchi cannot understand. So as you address the Kenyans to
So we have this finance bill at hand, and you all remember what happened with the previous finance bill. So I don't think this will also lead to what happened, because our friends died in the midst of this whole thing. And I hope when this thing ikikuwa inaenda sasa kupasiwa into law, I hope these MPs will not use their you remember what they did last. Hadi mwingine alikuwa amelala, ati alikuwa anaulizwa mbona ulivote yes, anasema ati alikuwa amelala or something. It was just other things, but yeah, let's hope this time round they'll and then public participation also. Okay, I know when it comes to when policies are formulated, when I just started the show, I just told you some of the process that it goes around or rotates around. The first one, which was let it happen. Let it happen. The government is passive in the stuff. It lets the media or whatever. And then the second step, which is encourage it happen, is through things such as public participation, which in other ways the government is also passive in making it happen. Hautasikia most of them wakiambia citizens ndio hii, hata ndio hii tumewacha tuwainterpretie ikuwe in Kiswahili so that you can understand. But when it comes to make it happen, passing the bill into law, that is where these politicians come in very energetic and wanting to renew. So yeah, I think the policy formulation in Kenya isn't at its best. It's not at its best. That's what I can say.
today in this town hall. Perhaps give us a summary. Break it down for us. Make it simple. Let's understand. What are the highlights and how different is it from the Finance Bill 2025?
Thank you very much. First of all, when I got into this position, I made a promise to the people of Kenya that we will be as transparent, open as possible, especially on issues finance bill, because I was coming into office when finance bill had just caused instability in the country. That is finance bill of 2024, and we lost it for the first time in the history of this country. And I think we, from the Treasury, have lived to that. We have been more open, transparent. We have communicated to Kenyan from the beginning. And I want us to understand that finance bill is not something that we just create at the Treasury and bring to the people. A lot of this, whatever we put in finance bill, come from Kenya itself. There is engagement. We make advertisement and we ask for opinion and views. So Kenyans bring their suggestions, and my team at the National Treasury put together those suggestions. And when the suggestions are put together, then they are given to me, and each and every amendment bill I sign off. And so I own every bit of any provision in that bill. Now, so what have we done? Because of the history and because of the experience of 2024, we took a decision that we are not going to increase the tax rates for Kenyans, because Kenyans have complained, that justifiably so, that the taxes that are being levied on them is too much, especially on income tax and other taxes. And therefore, if you look at this bill is very remote, if not zero, on any increase in tax rates. It is more on administrative measures. We are more on making tax collection, making efficient tax collection. A lot of Kenyans out there who have more ability than those who are paying taxes are not paying taxes. So we are looking for those ones.
Yes.
We are looking in a way, we are working on how to broaden the tax base. Broadening the tax base simply means bringing more Kenyans, more people to pay tax, so that those who are already paying taxes should not continue bearing the burden alone, but rather we reduce their burden and expand the tax base. So that is what this is. We have come up with many tax administrative measures, where we are targeting some personal income tax, who are people who are making money, but because they are not on payroll, they are not paying taxes. And there are many, and they are the ones who make huge amounts of money. We are also targeting people who are getting income and are just, in a way, the income is never seen. And even if they are seen, there is no legal framework to tax them. All those people we are bringing into the tax bracket. And the moment you bring those people into the tax bracket, you now have an opportunity to lower the tax rates. But I will tell you that this finance bill is not increasing the tax rates. I will go, I don't know whether this is the time you want me to demystify some of the mysteries.
Yes, so we do have some of the myths. And of course, Brian Brown, on the other end, is, had compiled a list of some of the proposals, and we will be tackling that. But before we get to this, it's not the first time that, finance bill is aiming to do so. So why have we failed before? And even as you do this time around, how do you plan to enforce it?
Some of the measures that we have proposed have been defeated, because again, some of the people who don't pay tax, my sister, those who don't pay tax in this country have a lot of influence. In fact, people with no influence pay their taxes religiously, but those who have the capacity and the ability are the ones who don't pay taxes, and so they find their way around and manipulate and end up not having the law passed. But again, we have also not been very efficient in applying the technology in tax collection. If you look at our business has literally shifted to technology, to digital, but we are still too manual and mechanical in collecting our taxes. We are moving away from that. And besides the legal framework, there are administrative measures that we are taking one of which is that we are supporting Kenya Revenue Authority. I just gave them close to 20 billion, 19 billion in the supplementary budget that was passed the other day to improve their systems and digitize their operations so that all these good laws that we are passing find somewhere to sit in terms of administrative implementation and delivery. So that is where the missing link has been. And I'm sure with these amendments that we are proposing and the administrative measures that we have taken, we are going to enhance revenue collection and broaden the tax base, and in the process reduce the burden on Kenyans who are already religiously paying their taxes.
So for the sake of those watching, how much are you targeting to collect?
How much are we targeting to collect? Okay, there is with the
On how much they are targeting to collect. Yeah, he explained that in 3 forms. I think in terms of income tax and in terms of tax amnesty and the what is it called? And in terms of tax amnesty.
various tax measures, we are likely to collect about 54 billion. But there are also other measures like tax amnesty, which we are likely to bring in.
And I think the problem is not collecting these taxes. The problem is how are these taxes being used? So that these people who are paying these taxes waone at least kazi inafanya, haitakuwa pinch ama haitakuwa noise to the people making noise that we are paying taxes but we can't see its impact.
The tax amnesty is likely to give us additional 30 billion. Why are we giving tax amnesty? There are so many cases that were pending at the tribunal, which have been determined, and so in our favor. And since they have been determined in our favor, we thought that these are Kenyans, these are business people, these are people with liquidity challenges. We give them this amnesty. They don't pay interest and penalties on the taxes that have been determined. They just pay the principal sum. So we are allowing them to do that, and we intend to collect about 30 billion at most, at least from that. And then there is the personal income tax. Apple, we have enough space, even to collect 400 billion. But we are being conservative and saying for 26-27, we can collect an additional 100 billion shilling. This personal income tax, what is it about?
But do you feel that let me just turn the camera. Do you feel that this government is collecting more but doing less, or it is us when we are not okay in the head? Because if you see what Mbadi anticipates what has to be collected, he's talking about a very huge amount. But yes, they are collecting, but then where does it go? What do they do with this?
If you look at the structure of our economy, those who are in formal payroll employment compared to those who are making revenue from their businesses and other professional lines.
And people are like, for most people who have read this finance bill, they are like, it's like private business owners will have so much burden when it comes to this, and the majority of them have started complaining because it is not that si ati tu wanafanya businesses zao, they also have their own expenditures, and yeah.
The number is almost 50. Personal income tax from that space is only 50 billion. For those who are in the payroll and employed, it's 600 billion.
Yes.
That mismatch is caused by your dentist who is not paying tax after taking a lot of money from you. The accountant.
And also another question is that, yes, now there is public participation. Ndo huu Mbadi anaexplainia watu kwa TV and all the whatever. But do people there at the grassroots kule ndani, are they even knowing what is going on? Are the chiefs making sure that they call their citizens to explain to them about this thing? Is public participation really effective? Or is public participation being done efficiently and equally so as to also reach those people, those other mwananchi? Ama public participation itatufikia tu sisi wenye tunaona YouTube and whatever, au wengine wanafikiwa because itakuwa collected na ipelekwe iambiwe to this is public participation? Do you think it is enough, the public participation that's being done now on finance bill? Do you think it's enough? Juu I'm sure si kila mtu atafikiwa na hii finance bill. Kuna watu hata hawajui ni nini naendelea kwa hii nchi, they don't know. Juu yes, tumeona Mbadi akienda kwa various universities, people doing public participation and whatever. But have we seen chiefs finance bill inafaa tu ishie huku juu, then that is it? Maybe you can tell me here in the comment section.
Who is preparing books and is not paying tax and their money. I'm talking about the self-employed people.
All right.
These are the people we are going for. Plus rental income tax. We are only collecting 17 billion. And people have houses all over the country, buildings, and they are taking rent. But we are only asking for 7.5% and they are not paying. So those are the people we are going for. We want them to pay their share, fair share of tax.
Habibi Waziri, you're trying to raise money from people who are already overtaxed.
Who are these people who are already overtaxed?
You are right.
Now, maybe I need to come back again so that you understand.
Yes.
Let me tell you, the people who are already...
Can you give us that point? Let's take a short commercial break first as Waziri ponders on that particular question. We want to hear what your comments are, so send in your comments at this particular point. And for our audience here at UON, please.
Yeah, so if you are a private business owner, I think they are the people that they are coming for, mostly the self-employed, and also umesikia akisema from rental income tax, they are also going there, and they have said their main aim or their main in this finance bill is to make sure that they increase the tax bracket and lower the burden that are facing. and lower the tax burden that most Kenyans are facing now.
To welcome back, this is the town hall on TV 47 on the Finance Bill 2026. Of course, with me is CS Treasury John Buddy, and just before the break, Waziri, we asked the question: are you taxing people who are already overtaxed?
Not really, Sheila. The people we want to tax are not those who are paying taxes already. Those who are paying taxes already, we know them. And of course, we even need to reduce taxes on those who are already paying taxes. And we have even communicated, the president spoke about it, I spoke about it, and we are still considering it, even in this finance bill before it is passed by 30th of June. We want to look for ways of lowering the tax rates for those who are already paying income tax. But there are people who are supposed to pay tax and they're not paying tax. For example, consultants. Do you want to charge, or those who are already earning, paying taxes, those who are earning 50,000, 100,000, do you want to tax those ones more, or you want to tax a consultant who makes, in 2 days, he has made what you earn the whole month, yet they are not paying taxes? Those are the people we want to also pay tax. And we are just going for what the law says. That the law requires that anybody who gets income should pay tax. But we have so many Kenyans out here, and they're the ones who make millions and millions of shillings, but they are not paying tax. Yet those of us who are paid on the payroll, those of us who buy bread, sugar, etc., we pay tax. But there are people who are earning that kind of money are not paying taxes. So those are the people we are going for. I want to give you this example of rental income again. A rental income tax, it's not the house you stay in. It's not the house you live in. We are not taxing you for the house you live in. If you build your house and you stay in it, we are not asking you to pay tax. But if you invest, like any other person would buy his wares and sell, they pay tax. If you decide not to be to run a hardware, for example, and you invest in houses, and you are getting rental income, instead of even paying 30%, we are asking you to pay only 7.5% of that income that you get. Is that too much to ask for? I don't think so. What we need is fair tax regime where everybody with ability to pay their fair share of tax. That is the problem we have in Kenya. That a few people are burdened. That is why you see the riots. Because we have, for so many years, been going for the easy ones. We are raising taxes on income because it is easy. We know how many people are employed by the University of Nairobi.
Yes.
We know how many people are employed in the county government of Nairobi or Kisumu or whichever. But there are people who run big businesses in town, big consultancies, making huge amounts of money. They are not paying taxes. Those
So my question to you guys is, do you think now that running a business in Kenya will be itakuwa shida, because maybe people will fear because they have said the people who are wenye wanaendewa mostly ni hawa self-employed, and I don't know, they are saying majority of them have not been paying taxes and therefore they will be gone. Do you think this will discourage some of the people to run their businesses in Kenya, and they'll opt to go to maybe other countries and start their businesses there because the tax burden will be too high on them? considering what Mbadi is saying, that they just want to strike a balance between the informal sector, between the formal sector and the self-employed people. They want to strike a balance. But still, do you think this will scare people who want to start their businesses or who want to run businesses here, and they'll end up going to other countries to do it there because they can't carry this whole burden? Because you've heard what he has said. Amesema walikuwa wana anticipate hata 400 billion to collect 400 billion from these self-employed people, but because wako na roho kidogo wameona waweke ikuwe 100 billion. So do you think there is going to be a heavy burden on these people na itawa scare away, they'll go and run their businesses in other countries?
These are the people we are saying, please pay your fair share, so that these are the people who are also employed. They pay their fair share, which should be lower than what we are paying today.
All right, that is a fair answer from you, Waziri. And I am not alone. I have my colleagues with me. That is Josh Onsare, Andrine Kilemi, and of course, Brian Furaha, who are hanging out on the other side, which is the audience. Josh, hapo ambapo umeketi, wanasema vipi?
Mengi yapo, na wakati ambapo unazidi kumhoji waziri, kuna mengi ambayo yanajitokeza. Waziri, tutumie lugha hii ya Kiswahili kwa sababu wengi wataelewa zaidi. Tunapozungumzia yale mapendekezo ambayo yamewekwa katika simu hivi sasa, kwa wastani nchini Kenya, wale ambao wanatumia simu za kisasa smartphones wanashinda mtandaoni kwa wastani saa 4 hivi. Labda haya mapendekezo huoni kwamba yatakuja kuwadhuru wa Kenya tunapoendelea ku...
One of the reasons as to why I said there's kind of a red flag in this finance bill, that is my own opinion though, is that you'll just hear what Mbadi will tell this Swahili reporter. Why is it that hawajaiwasilisha kwa Kiswahili? Is it just meant for people who will do their public participation in English? Ama pia wanaona kuna watu wanaelewa tu Kiingereza kila mahali?
fanya maoni na vile vile kuchukua maoni.
You know, there are things that you cannot say in Kiswahili. You know,
Umesikia vile ameambiwa mwanahabari, there are things you cannot say in Kiswahili. Kwani public participation wakipelekea watu huko nje ni kila mtu anaongea English?
So, attempting to address an answer in Kiswahili will just be distorting the very sense of the bill, because the bill is actually written in English.
And you know, Waziri, that was a question from me as well. You know, we are trying to make people understand this, but misinformation flies around. So how do you ensure that we are understanding it? Could the bill be done in Swahili as well?
Maybe that's something we need to think about going forward, because all along bills in Kenya have been drafted in English. We haven't thought of, probably I think is something that we should look into going forward. There were standing orders in English, but they were translated into Kiswahili. All our legislations are in English. Kenya has been an English-speaking country, although we pretend to also be speaking Kiswahili.
All right.
So now the problem is you are giving the wrong person to translate.
All right.
I wish we had a better expert on this. I'm not an expert.
That question for you into English. You know, he's asking about now the tax that has been imposed on mobile phones.
No, actually, the question understood.
Yes.
And
then give us an answer.
What I don't want to attempt, Sheila, is to answer it in this way.
Just attempt in English.
Yeah, so I will address it in English. But I think the question that I've been asked.
There's a statement that Matt just said, ati Kenya is an English speaking country and people pretend to be speaking in Kiswahili. Hawa watu wakienda kuomba kura wanaombanga na English. do they omba kura in English? Why shouldn't they also put emphasis venye wanaenda kuomba kura na Kiswahili, finance bill waenda wakaelezea watu na Kiswahili. Wakienda kuomba kura, si they always talk in their mother tongue. Then what is wrong with here now explaining the finance bill in Kiswahili? Anyway, it is what it is.
Is simply about this taxation of funds that are imported into the country. And I want to say that this has been misrepresented. People are saying we are increasing excise duty from 10% to 25%, making mobile phones more expensive. Far from it. These are the facts. Today, there are various taxes on telephones. If you bring your telephone from anywhere in the world, you arrive with it at the port, whether Jomo Kenyatta International Airport or at the port of Mombasa, there are taxes. So let me take you through the taxes. Tax number one is VAT, right? So when you pay VAT at the point of entry, that is a tax. You pay excise duty at 10%. VAT is at 16%, right? Excise duty, 10%. Then there is what we call custom duty, 25%. Then there is import declaration fee, is at 2%. Then there is railway development levy, 2.5%. If you add all that, is 55.5%. Now we are saying, don't do that. We are not going to ask you to pay anything at the port of entry. Bring your phone the way you want it, bring it through Namanga, bring it through Mombasa, bring it through JKIA, no one will bother you. You walk with it, you can carry it, you can carry a whole container of phones, go to your store. Keep it as long as you want. But the day you sell it to Sheila, and Sheila decides to use it, activate it, now we are coming for our tax. But the tax we are coming for is one. We will not ask you VAT, we will not ask you those customs duty, we will not ask you IDL, all those railway development levy. We are asking you for only one tax, that is excise duty, at 25%. Okay? So if you aggregate taxes at the point of entry, which we are removing, and only charging one tax at the point of activation, is 25%. So you are solving how many problems? Many problems. Number one, you are making tax simple. Very simple. Because it is one, and you don't have to calculate VAT, what along the supply chain until it reaches Kisumu, wherever. No. One tax. Number two, which you are also correcting, is that if the phone has not been sold, no one is paying tax. So you are not tying people's money before they sell. These traders want liquidity. Don't tie their money. They have already paid you tax, and the phone has not been sold out. It's still in the store. It has already incurred expenses. We are removing that and only taxing a phone that has been sold. How easy can it be than that? And that is what you see these propagandists around. Either they don't understand, or they have problems with understanding, or both. So then they come and tell you a lot of propaganda.
All right, guys, mobile phones are our day-to-day. So are we satisfied with that proposal? No? All right, I'll begin.
Yeah, so so as you have heard, the people haven't been satisfied with the Mbadi's explanation about tax on the mobile phones. I don't know if you here in my comment section, you are also not satisfied with that explanation on the taxes on the smartphones.
getting now your feedback on that. It's okay. There's yes and no on that. Josh Ansari, before you to Andren Kilemi, any further comments?
Asante sana Shida, tusikilize baadhi ya yale ambayo hadhira yetu inafaa izungumzie, na iwapo una swali nyanyua mkono wako juu ili tuweze kuzungumza. Kuna kijana hapa, tusikilize sauti zao. Unasema jina lako alafu swali lako kwa kifupi kwa waziri.
Thank you so much. Mimi naitwa, my name is Wainaina Gishere. I'm a Arsenal supporter and from the deepest village in Nyeri called Wamunyoro. Now, Waziri, I have a question on fuel. There is a proposal from my brother, a very sharp brother of mine from Kiharu. He's saying that we make fuel VAT exempt, we reduce fuel levy by 7%, we also reduce importation margin by around 4 shillings per liter, and then we provide 5 billion to subsidize diesel. Can that work, and when will that work? My second question, very fast. You've said there's a proposal to tax those who are not paying tax.
Back to the VAT exempt.
Make fuel VAT exempt.
7 shillings.
Yeah, I think. And reduce importation margin for those who are importing by 4 shillings.
Importation margin by 4 shillings.
And then provide 5 billion to subsidize fuel. My second question, very fast, is on, you said we are proposing taxes on those who are not paying tax. But the services that these people who are not paying tax, they are directly affecting the Kenyans. I think the proposals that are being proposed in the finance bill should come hand in hand with measures to caution Kenyans from these people who are not paying tax. If you introduce a 16% VAT on M-Pesa, what measures are we taking to make sure that this M-Pesa VAT is not I'm not paying that 16%. Instead, it's the provider that is paying.
Okay, fantastic. I think let's get one question before you answer that, Waziri. One question around the mobile phones. Around the mobile phones. All right, at the back there.
Sauti.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
In Kenyan law, Act 46, Article 43, Article 40, and Article 31, it says that a Kenyan has a financial freedom. Then why is it that in the financial bill it said that like you have a right to M-Pesa, and kindly where did that act of financial bill went to like what to protect our rights?
All right. Those we will be sampling. All right. I do ask you to let's keep calm, let's keep order as we let Waziri answer those 3 questions that have been raised. Waziri, take
yeah. Thank you very much. Let me address my friend Wainaina from Wamunyoro. Actually, he's the one who said it's from Wamunyoro. This 16% VAT on M-Pesa, I don't know where you've got it from. But I don't think we have that.
Maybe you could bust that myth. Why is he misinformed?
Yeah, but because my friend here, Wainaina, I'm sure, can access websites of Treasury and even Parliament to see the correct bill. Because of course I don't blame you. You know, there have been so many finance bills flying around.
Yes.
No. There is no tax on financial services. I think what you're talking about is the cards. The card services. The card has nothing to do with M-Pesa. Those card services. Those people who have innovated the cards supply that service to who? To the banks, isn't it? Are they not getting income from the bank? And most of them are not Kenyans. But they give away with the money without paying any tax. Is that the country we want to live in? that is now what we come to the procedure. We now have KRA, the banks, to agree on how to implement. Ours here is to put in place legal framework. Then now, how to implement it, that is administrative. That will have to be dealt with. Now, on the issue of Ndindi Nyoro, first of all, tell him, he's saying that we should provide 5 billion to subsidize fuel. Tell him we did that before he said it. We provided 5 billion, and I said it here, and we have now even added another 2.7 billion. The first month, we supplied 6.2 billion. The second month, it was 5. We have already provided 11.2. We are even adding 2.7. So tell him we are at 13.9, way beyond the 5 billion. This 5 billion would leave the prices of fuel very high. In fact, diesel would go to 300. So tell him he's not an expert, if that is his thing.
Mmesikia vile Ndindi Nyoro ameambiwa aende aambiwe that he is not an expert.
On VAT exempt, it is easy, very easy to say, put VAT at 0. My friends, let me address you through Sheila.
Yes.
Sheila, the 8% drop in VAT, we lost 12 billion in 1 month. And up to the end of June, we will lose 24 billion already. We are implementing a budget. We are already in May. Almost the entire development budget has been implemented. So you can't cut it. Money must be transferred to counties. I'll tell you, already KRA has a shortfall as we speak. Where are we going to get more money? It is easy to say, remove VAT. That hole, where will we get that money? Do we go and borrow more loans from the domestic market? Because now we cannot negotiate with any external financier to support us. We cannot even go to the external market. The external market today is not existing.
Give me a second. Yep.
Because of the war in Iran. You can't even get Eurobond today. I don't know whether you're aware of that. So the only option available for us is either to stop paying people's salary up to the end of June, or reduce people's salary, the public servants, those who are in the payroll. We reduce their salary. Or, because that is what is left, we have salary up to June. Can we cut their salary? They will go to court. Number 2, we can go to the domestic market and borrow more. What has Kenyans been saying? What have you been saying? You have been saying, please don't overborrow. So as we talk of fixing this short-term crisis with measures as removing taxes, let us also think of the consequences. But I'm not saying that cannot be done. That is why I say desperate times call for desperate measures.
Right.
If that is where it will come to, and government will make that decision, so be it, but there will be consequences. Then, on the issue of fuel levy of 7 shillings, you know, Ndindi, my friend Ndindi is becoming just notorious and mischievous. He knows very well that 7 shillings is not there. That 7 shilling has been sold. That 7 shilling has helped us to raise money to restart all the road projects that we are seeing across the country. It is not money that is available to us anymore. It's money that we have used to do the Mau Mau roads. They are stalled. Uhuru Kenyatta left them stalled. The roads in Suba were stalled. The roads, yes, like Sindo. The road in northern Kenya, which was being done, had stalled. The contractors had left the site. All these roads, including in Mombasa, Dogokundu and the rest, those roads have been restarted and they are going on.
All right.
Now, that money was used to raise money to do these roads. And he's saying that that money should be removed from the field. It is not there. We had sold that right.
All right. There was a last question. I don't know if you
No, the last
right.
question, which he asked, I'm trying to remember.
All right. She's speaking on M-Pesa.
Yeah. Oh, no, I got it. Actually, I think the question my sister was asking was about financial data, security of data. You know, there's been that discussion. If I'm wrong, you can correct me. But I think you are asking whether now we will access your financial records detail. And you are putting the Article 43, the rights to housing, right to health, and you are, I think, putting Article 10, freedom, many other freedoms. But let me tell you, let me be very candid on this. Financial records should never be kept secret. If you allow people to keep their financial records, no one will pay taxes. Financial record, there is nothing secret about financial record. We are not asking you about who is your boyfriend or your girlfriend. KRA will not come for that. Those are now private information. But financial data and statistics should be clear. That is why even companies, today, if I ask you, for example, Equity, if Equity decides to keep their financial data secret, that they don't want to declare how much they have made in terms of interest on loans, who will pay tax in this country? And yet, there are people who have been hiding behind data privacy, not to declare other sources of income they have. You find people having billions of shillings, millions of shillings in their accounts, and they are filing nil return. They are filing nil return that a whole year, they have made zero return. Nothing. They have not made any money. Yet, they have 50 million, they are going to buy an apartment. How unfair can that be? Yet you, Sheila, out of your salary, I guess maybe you earn more, but let's say you earn 100,000. That 100,000, you are surrendering not less than 30,000. Is that not correct? Yet, someone who is has 50 million somewhere, not explained, is buying apartments all over the place, and when you go for that money, you are told that you are infringing on their privacy. My friend, in this hall, I don't even see those people we are going for. You are not here. Those people are out there. Don't protect them. Let us go for that tax so that we can reduce the little tax on the little income.
All right. From there, I want to hand it over to Andrine Kilemi on the other side. Andrine, talk to us.
All right. Asante sana Sheila Chelangat, waziri kwa upande huu wako wa kulia. Naam, hapa. Asante sana. Unajua katika mazungumzo yako waziri, umekuwa ukirejelea propaganda kwamba kuna watu au wananchi ambao hawaelewi kidogo kuhusiana na vitu ambavyo viko kwenye mswada wa fedha wa mwaka 2026. Kwa hivyo wizara yako inafanya nini kuhakikisha kwamba hizi propaganda zinasitishwa? Kwa sababu kwa upande wangu ni kana kwamba hamjafanya vya kutosha kuweza kucreate awareness ambayo tunasema ni kule kuwahamasisha wananchi zaidi.
Thank you very much. I agree with you that sometimes we have not communicated properly and effectively some of these tax measures that have been proposed, including even the budget. But again, you'll agree with me that the direction we have taken or the trajectory that National Treasury is taking has changed. One of those, what I would call public participation forums is this one. Look at the number that we have in the hall. And I'm sure those who are watching it out there are even more. So this is the kind of engagement that is making people more and more enlightened. And so people have discussed and brought propaganda. We have explained those propaganda to where we are, including taxing rental income at 10%, up from 7.5. It is not in the bill. Yeah, and we have explained that, yet the initial reaction was that that's something that is in our bill. So we are communicating, we are educating ourselves, and we will do more going forward. But Parliament, National Assembly, is also doing the same as we speak. But we have made some tremendous progress in terms of engaging.
So actually, this is a question that I asked you guys. If you think that many people have been enlightened on the proposed tax so far, and if at a parliament pale wakiongea, how many people watch parliamentary sessions? Sai, how many people come to YouTube or search for a finance bill? Have they themselves gone kule kwa grassroots to make sure they educate people on the same? Ama wanangoja watu waone kwa TV na whatever? Because I know there are very many people who even don't know what is going on about this finance bill. Maybe venye watasikia watu wameenda kwa street ku protest is when
Asante sana kwa hilo waziri. Labda swali langu la pili ni kuhusiana na wananchi sasa wana muda wa hadi Mei tarehe 25 mwezi huu kuwasilisha maoni yao kuhusiana ambayo yatakuwa yakitekelezwa kuanzia Julai mosi. Je, hii ni formality au ni kitu ambacho kitazingatiwa kwa undani? Iwapo Wakenya watapinga, basi mtakuwa mkiondoa lile ambalo Wakenya wengi watakuwa wamepinga.
If you notice from 2024 that the voice of Kenyans have been heard, the common Kenyan has been heard. Apart from losing the finance bill in its entirety in 2024, the president heard the people of Kenya when they demonstrated in the streets and almost turned violent, yeah, and pulled out the finance bill that has been passed by the National Assembly. 2025, if you look at the bill that came to the National Assembly, it had minimal, if not zero, adjustments of tax rates, together also with the tax laws amendment bill of 2024. And this bill is the same. It is a response to people's comments. It's a response to public participation. If you look at even the way I'm approaching this debate today, I'm not speaking fast because I want Kenyans to understand what we are trying to do. We want to be as simple as possible. I am not even using technical terms. The moment we get feedback from Kenyans, National Assembly will amendments to the bill,
all right,
which then would correct those issues that Kenya has problem, Kenyans have problem with. So it is not an academic exercise. It is an exercise that will inform the final product. And that is the problem I have with politicians out there who are telling Kenyans that reject, and you kindly allow me to say, that reject the finance bill. And
so yeah, before tufike kwa reject, I just asked when I started the show, how many of you have read the finance bill 2026? I'm not for it, but I'm just asking how many people have read the finance bill 2026. I can see Mama Mary is here. Wacha ni add kwa stage before I continue. How are you, Mama Mary? How are you there? Oh, amepotea tena. Yeah, maybe she'll come back. Naona amekuja. How are you, Mama Mary, today?
I'm good. Valerie, how are you?
I'm fine.
Yeah.
I've just been trying to analyze the finance bill, and I was asking you, my fellow Kenyans, if you think that there's been efficient awareness of this bill to the people up to the grassroots, ama wanatuambilia tu huku kwa TV, because when it comes to policy making, Mama Mary, politicians wanakujanga at the end of it when they want to make it happen. But when they want to let it happen wakati wa public participation, you'll never see any of them going per constituency wakiambia watu hii bill inasema hivi na hivi na hivi. But ikifika the time ya kwenda parliament sasa kupitisha, that is when they make it happen. And also another question that I had was that Mbadi ameulizwa swali hapa kwa Kiswahili, anasema ati unajua explain finance bill kwa Kiswahili ni ngumu and whatever. But I think this finance bill could also be drafted in Swahili so that when it comes to public participation, some people can understand. Juu si kila mtu anaelewa Kiingereza na kunaweza kuwa na some of miscommunication. So maybe what are your views on this whole thing?
Salamu nyingi kwa Wakenya wetu pahali popote mko. It's a very shocking situation that Kenya is right now. I would say this, kuna shida nyingi sana ambazo tumekuwa tukiwekwa kando, na ukiangalia kwa mambo mingi kuhusu pesa, sisi hatutakuwa tukihusishwa. We have not been included in any time. Unaangalia unaona ile mambo inaendelea Kenya ni wao tu. This guy is trying to convince us that wanajaribu kutupatia hii finance bill tuikubali vile iko kwa sababu wao ni expert, wao wanaelewa vile wanafanya. But they have not involved the wananchi so that tutatue ile shida inawakabili kwa sababu shida ni ya Wakenya, si hawa watu. First of all, Valerie, these are very expensive people to maintain. They are the most highly paid politicians. They are the most lying politicians. They are the most expensive, the way they live and the way even they talk. Because to convince us to cough our shilling to them, it's very sweet for them. But they don't know the situation they leave us on. Now, he's talking about how taxes will be done to people so that, ati wawe inchi iwe iko imara. While we think about how much these people are spending on nonsense. Kama sasa ukikumbuka vile tulikuja kujua habari ya Ruto hiring an expensive plane to take him to nowhere, things that not matter for Kenyans. Urudi usikie yule naye mwingine Badi amekaa nyumbani akimtafutilia pesa za kutumia, aendelee tu kutumia vile anataka. Na sisi tuwe tunalima, viatu zimeraruka, nguo zimeraruka, lakini kila kitu ambacho ninatoa kwa shamba wanakuja wanachukua. What is all this that they are trying to create? When they want money and to take our money, they should talk us. And the moment they have taken everything, they start insulting us. Kwa hivyo, mjadala wa kuwa finance bill ati wanatengeneza, they concur in one office and they do all these bad things to Kenyans. And then they come speaking there that they are experts. They know what they are talking about. What is the money value of our country? There is no value. The only value is when they are eating and driving big cars. But when Kenyans complain, they are complaining for nothing. They become enemies of these people. When we try to put things across that everybody should be comfortable wherever you are. We are not asking for V8. We are asking to be free from financial exploitation. Hii mambo yote ambayo wanaongea hapo, ni wao tu waendelee kukula. He is talking about people who are making billions of money, but they cannot be able to, they are not paying taxes. Who are they? Are we the one to go after them? They are the same people who are not paying. Hawa watu ambao wanapata hizo ma-V8 na wanaenda na hizo expensive planes, they are the one who are not paying taxes. Wanakuja kutuambia nini? Sisi tuko na shida. Kile kidogo tuko nacho wanataka kubeba. Wao waendelee kuishi maisha mazuri. Sisi tuendelee kuumia. I don't understand what Buddy is trying to say. And what kind of expertism does he have? Expertism yake ni ya kuumiza watu, ni ya kunyonya, kuchukua kila kitu. But it's not making abundant life for other people. Kenyans are suffering. Hii mambo hata kufikia habari ya simu ati smartphone. How about the foolish phone? Are they going to charge? No. Mimi sielewi mambo hata kidogo ya hawa watu. Kila mara wanatuambia habari ya barabara. Huyo mbunge ambaye ni mbunge wangu wa area apewe financial bill yake, aende kupreach kwa watu ili watu wakubali ama wakatae.
Exactly.
Waache kuwa wanaingia hiyo parliament kuongea tu maneno yao vile wataendelea kuwa na tumbo kubwa, lakini wananchi waendelee kuwa wanaumia. Bring that thing to wananchi and we understand. Tuielewe. Ndio ile tutakataa mkubali tumekataa. Lakini msitupatie kwa nguvu. Sasa ameketi hapo kwa hiyo kiti. Ili mtu ambaye ati ni expert aelezea watu hapo kwa kamera ati hiyo imetosha. Na unajua kuna shida ingine Kenya. Kila kitu ambacho wanajua si kizuri, they will never bring it out because they know people will not agree. So they try to sneak it that few people go and listen. Alafu wanasema public participation imefanywa. Ni nani huyo? Mimi mbona sikusikia? Mbona sikuelewa? Mwananchi yule anaumia ndiye wana avoid kwenda kuambia hiyo maneno because they know it is not a good thing. Na hiyo maandamano wa watu wanafanya, hawafanyi kwa sababu ati ni sherehe. It's because you have gotten to their neck. Watu wanaendelea kuumia huko, lakini nyinyi mnaketi huko kwa hizo viti, mnasema mnaongoza nani? because you want every coin to come to your pocket. You continue having luxurious life. Wakenya wamechoka. Kwa hivyo hiyo finance bill, patia mbunge aende afanye mkutano na watu wake wale walimchagua, awaelezee hali, watakuwa na swali waulize, there is time, paka hiyo kitu watu wakubali ama wakatae. Na wakikataa msiwasukumie, because there is a reason why they are refusing. There is a reason why. Mmefinya watu, mmewamaliza. Alafu tena mnatengeneza hizo vitabu hapo zenu, msomee hapo kwa ofisi zenu, mseme watu wameelewa. Mbunge anatakiwa kujua lugha yote, either English or Swahili, hata kabila ya Ujaluo, Kikuyu, Kalenjin, waende waeleze watu.
Ndio Mama Mary, nimekuwa nauliza, Mbadi anasema ni vigumu kuexplain hiyo kitu kwa Kiswahili. Wakienda kuomba watu kura wanaomba na lugha gani? Si wanaomba na lugha zote?
Kama ni ngumu kueleza watu, basi waachane nayo. Yeah, just leave it aside. Don't put things there people does not understand. Watu hawajazaliwa na Kizungu, wamezaliwa wakijua lugha ya mama, wanajua Kiswahili. Okay, we are not training you to go to vernacular. Waeleze basi na Kiswahili na wataelewa. Waache kusema hatuwezi kuelewa, kwani watu wamesoma tu Kiingereza. Tumesoma hata Kiswahili. Go tell your people, you parliamentarian, go tell your people, I have a book here. Mkutano ufanywe, ueleze watu, pahali hawataelewa, ueleze vizuri, waelewe, wakubali, wakatae. Lakini si hiyo mambo ya kusema ati kwa sababu ni ngumu kueleza, so you pass it. And this is the problem that we have been having in Kenya. We pitisha, peleka ukupitisha. Because parliament wamebebwa, wamenunuliwa, ni kupitisha tu, waendelee kukula. Do you know, Valerie, those are the most paid, very expensively paid parliamentarian.
Yeah.
Watu ambao wanatumia pesa zile hawajafanyia kazi.
And also another issue, Mama Mary, because you've talked about their being paid heavily. Ameulizwa hapa Mbadi about making fuel VAT exempt. Akasema hiyo hatuwezi because if we do that, the only option we will have is to reduce the people's salary, the public servant salary. Kwani is it bad to reduce the MP's salary in order for us to cater for this crisis? Is it bad? Amesema ati we can't cut their salaries because they'll take us to court.
First of all, Valerie, kuna mtu alikuja, sijui ni kuona niliona pahali ama ni hapa kwa mtandao tuliongea habari ya vile wao watu wanalipwa pesa mingi. Allowances. It can be even more than their salary. Allowances. Na hizo ni lazima wapate. Ni kama salary ingine. These people, they are just looking for money for themselves, not for the wananchi. Kwa hivyo hii mambo yote ambayo wanaleta hapo kwa finance bill, the eye of theirs, their eye is just eyeing. Tutapata ngapi? Just that. Na hawa ndio wamemaliza inchi. Ndio wamekula pesa ya wananchi, ndio wamekula pesa ya inchi, na hizo mabarabara wana promise every day. Are they aware what people are going through? Are they aware? We know them. They are the most expensive people. They are the most liar. They are the most corrupt government. And yet they want to tell us that they are making this. This finance bill is for them, not for the Kenyans. Asante, Valerie. It is very painful when you hear Buddy talking like he doesn't know the problems people are going through. When you go to where he come from, you see people walking, carrying somebody on a stretcher made of wood, taking him or her to hospital. Wanapitia kwa maji. Unaona hiyo kazi yote watu wanapitia. And yet these people are talking about so big big amount of money. For what? Who does it? Who does it help? That money. I can't imagine. This government talks about big money. The money that never reaches to wananchi. It is only for them. Wanavuruta kutoka kwa wananchi, wanaweka kwa mifuko yao. Hiyo tu ndio kazi yao. That is the only way they can survive. Watoke hapo, waende wakafanye kazi kama watu wale wengine. They see like they are the only people who can make Kenya stand. But I see zero. We will not make it with this kind of people. Asante Valerie.
Thank you. And on the issue of fuel, he was being asked about why is it that the fuel is cheap in Uganda and which other countries this, and other East African countries. And he has said that we should keep watch next month. Fuel ya Uganda na Tanzania na Rwanda itakuwa imepanda. And it's huko haijapanda ati because they still had more in stock that was from I don't know March and April or February, so they are still consuming stock yenye imekuwa. And my question is, stock yao ilienda wapi? In as much as they are saying Kenya is a big economy and it's consuming more.
Valerie, hii ni serikali walisema because our country is more developed, that's why things are expensive. You feel sick. Unagonjeka immediately you hear those words. Unashindwa how do they reason? How do they reason? Kwa hivyo wao ndio wanagawia Uganda na Tanzania maendeleo. So because we have a lot. What does that mean? Jesus. When you look at the poor people, how they are suffering in Kenya, na urudi usikie mtu ana reason like that, ati na huyo ndio kiongozi wenu. Huyo ni mtu. Mtu anafikiria na kichwa ama anafikiria na nini? Those are words coming out of a leader. But because our country is more developed, that is why it is the way it is. Jesus. Then Kenyans should believe that we are going nowhere. We are going nowhere. We are doomed. Hakuna mtu anaweza reason namna hiyo. Nchi yetu ni watu wameamua kuwa very expensive, very rich, while they expense on the poor. That's all.
Yeah.
And unasikia hiyo maongeo yote wanaongea, they are very proud. Ni kama watu ambao hawatatoka hapo. Ni kama watu ambao wako hapo permanently, they will never leave that seat. They will never die. They are there forever. Kwa sababu ile maongeo yote wanaongea, in fact ni ya kudhuru watu. Ya kuchafua roho za watu. Hakuna kitu ambacho ni cha maana. Everything they are talking is just to make people feel pain. Na una feel pain when they are taking your shilling away. So unaumia pande zote. Hakuna siku tutakosa maumivu tukiwa na watu kama hawa. The way everybody is reasoning is very poor. Very poor. Na hivyo ndivyo wako wote. Let me put this way. Hawa watu, they don't have agenda. They don't have agenda. Their agenda is when they are sucking everything from you guys, from Kenyans. That is the only agenda. Sasa anaanza kusema hapo ati barabara ziliachwa toll na stall na Uhuru. Sasa Uhuru anakujia wapi na bajeti yao? Hizi mabarabara tumeimbiwa kila siku. Wakenya tuseme hatutaki barabara. We want freedom of financial freedom. Yeah. Hizo barabara zikae. Kama hizo ndizo zitafanya tuumie, tukufe na njaa, watoto haendi shule, hakuna health support, ikae. Because basics are more important than anything else. Hii mambo wanatuambia hapo barabara sijui nini, mpaka anataka hata kusema ati waliachiwa pahali hakuna pesa. They told us the very beginning. Watu ambao waliachiwa hakuna pesa. Is that how they behave? They are not building, they are destroying more, if that was the case. Kwa hivyo, hii mambo yote wanatuletea na kurudi nyuma kule, ndio wafichilie yale maovu wanafanya, hatutakubali. Wamefanya maovu mengi sana within a very short time. And yet, I don't know what they are looking for. We are tired of them. No progress. Every day is a pain. Every day is a pain. Hakuna mambo wataongea tuendelee. Ni kuturudisha nyuma na kutuumiza roho zetu. There is nothing we are benefiting from this government. It's only pain every day. Na ile mambo yote wanafanya ni yao tu, faida kwao. Hakuna watu wengine. Mimi naumia kwa sababu watu wetu wanaumia. Na huwezi kulisha everybody. Na ukiona mtu anaumia kwa sababu ya janga ambalo limeletwa na serikali ambayo inatuambia inatuangalia ama ndio ati inalinda nchi, you just wonder. In these developed countries, you'll never see a parliamentarian with a driver. Yeye ndio anajibeba na gari yake. Kama hataenda na gari yake, anapanda train kama wale wengine na wananchi, na anaenda akiongea na wananchi very humbly. Lakini kwetu lazima awe na driver, awe na guard, kwa sababu ni wezi. That is why they have guards.
Unapata gari yani kuna hadi msafara ya MP. Kuna gari zimetangulia mbele, kuna gari ziko nyuma, mpaka unashangaa.
Imagine just thriftily spending because they don't care. The money is there for them. Na ndio wanaongeaga uongo ndio waishi hapo.
Mnapata kwa njia mmekwama kwa jam, mnasema ati kuna gari za MP zipite kwanza, then you're like okay.
Ati na wanataka kujilinganisha na developed country. We are all gibbons. When you look at the behavior of these people, you can't even expect muende anywhere. You are spending the real money that you don't even have. Those MPs, they are not spending the money they have. It is the money that we Kenyans generate. Wanakula mshahara yao. I mean, they save their salary. They get more money. Alafu wanatuibia. Alafu wanafanya mambo ingine huko ya kupitisha, wakicheka hapo kwa sababu pesa wako nazo za kumwaga tu. Lakini mwananchi aendelee kulia. And they are laughing at us. I'm telling you, Valerie, watu ambao wako kwa nchi zile developed, they cannot even attempt to do such a thing. They will be on camera and tomorrow they resign if they happen to do that. Ako na bodyguard, ako na driver, ako na msafara wa magari, they can't do that. There is no way. Na hizo bribes za ujinga, hizo pesa wanatoa wapi za kubribe? Ni zile wamenyonya kwa wananchi, wale wengine wanabaki wakilia, wanapeleka pandi ingine. Kenya should learn. Na Kenya yetu kwa sababu tunaipenda, that is why we are crying and every day we are talking. If we have a good leader, Kenya is the most beautiful and very good country to be. But because we have all these thugs, we will always be crying. And this is the time for us to unite. We get these people out of there. Vote them out. And we can do it. Hawa wachache ambao wanasema 2 term, please change your mind. Because you are going nowhere. You are going nowhere with that. Na kesho mtalia if you go that way. We are not liars. We are truthful people. And we can see many people suffering because of these liars. Barari, nitakuachia hapo. Asante. Chanipoe kidogo. Asante sana. Wakenya, amkeni. It's not time to joke around. It's a very serious situation we are in. And we need to unite to clean up the mess. Asante.
Okay, thank you Mama Mary for your contribution. I hope Wakenya wenzangu umesikia. Away from the finance bill, let's look at the current budget proposal. Yeah, because most of us concentrate kwa finance bill. Tutaangalia proposal. Let me just put a little nini on it.
So, did you know you have until the 25th of this month to present your views on the proposed budgets 2020?
Umesikia? Deadline ya public participation on the budget ni hii 25th May. Leo tuko date 21. So you only have 3 days to present your views on the budget that has been proposed. Yeah, let me just turn my camera before we continue. Yeah, so you have up to 25th May to give your views on the current proposed budget. I don't know if you've seen the content and how much money has been proposed in that budget. I don't know if you have been reached in whatever constituency that you are in concerning the budget that has been proposed. But now ndo hiyo deadline inafika, ndo hiyo 25th May. Sijui wangapi mmejua kuihusu, but sasa ndio hiyo. There we go.
To 2027. But how are the numbers looking like? Tonight, let's help you go through some of the numbers in the 4.8 trillion shilling proposed budget. The total revenue stands at 3.6 trillion, meaning there will be a fiscal deficit of about 1.1 trillion, which is about 5.3%.
Don't know if you are able to see. So it is the wanataka 4.8 trillion. Hope you are able to see clearly. Na hope mumepeana views zenyu, deadline bado siku 3.
Of the country's GDP, the consolidated fund services, which is debt service, stands at 1.5 trillion shillings, which is
Umeona? Think you are able to see.
about 31.2% of the budget, while the GDP growth is projected at around 5.0%. Counties will get an equitable share of Kenya shillings 498.5 billion shillings. Now, let's look at the money, how it will be distributed. The executive will get over 2.8 trillion, which is
Are you able to see?
about 58.5%, while will get over 2.8 trillion, which is about 58.5%, while Parliament and the judiciary will get 48.7 billion shillings.
I hope you are able to see. Mnaona hiyo kugawanywa kwa hizo to every arm of government.
And Kenya shillings 30.4 billion respectively. The education sector leads with Kenya shillings 600.3 billion, accounting for a 28.5% share. Now,
So hata kama education imeallocatiwa hiyo pesa, do you think it will reach them? Do you think it will reach them? Roads, sijui kama mnaona vizuri.
let's further break down numbers in this sector. National security, roads, housing, environment, youth and women, health and agriculture will also be part of this budget. We further break down the numbers in the education sector, which, by the way, will get the lion's share. Teachers Service Commission will get 406.6 billion shillings. Higher Education Loans Board, 56.7 billion shillings. Free-day secondary education, 54.6 billion. Junior secondary school capitation is 30.9 billion shillings. The government intends to convert over 20,000 intern teachers to more stable terms by spending 4.9 billion shillings from January 2027.
Mumeona? I don't know if there was another Nino that was showing different. Let me just check. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm trying to close some windows zina ninio. Yeah, I was trying to close some tabs because zilikuja zikaninio. So, on the issue of budget, I'm still on that issue because you can see, yeah, just as I have told you, the budget proposal for 2026-2027 is 4.8 trillion. Yeah. Na wamesema deadline ya public participation of giving the views on the proposed budget is 25th May, ambayo tungali na siku tatu. I don't know if all of you are aware of that. There are some people who have been speaking about that budget thing, showing us that Kenyans need guidance on the same. Because yes, we might be quiet about the same, but let me just, because there are some people who have been saying that Kenya is living above its means. And let me just look for a video on the same.
Mean apparently, then he's saying, Dininyoro, please don't shout yourself a horse, because you see about the 7 shillings that you're talking about. Well, we already mortgaged that, so be comfortable with that. Live with. When did the Kenyan people agree to that? And this is what I am saying. Let's have that conversation in Parliament. Let us ask the members of the National Assembly for once. I mean, let's be real. Why? Because the domino effect of these high prices of fuel, and I say it on this platform with you, that if you do not understand geopolitics is played by the who are up there in the hierarchy of power. And in the hierarchy of power, they have agendas and goals and aims that you are not consulted or taken into account. And I say here, and I can't remember if it was mentioned or someone who challenged me and say that, look, I say the Strait of Hormuz being closed on and off like that, this is controlled demolition of capitalism. And the moment you realize that it has a time frame, not 2 months, not a year, it probably will take 2 or so years. COVID style. The same mandarins who are behind COVID-19 are the same mandarins who are behind this closure of the Strait of Hormuz. And the people by Trump to China. Can you imagine that? That they had a war to the point that, Trump said that we do not want to allow Huawei to be in the US. And they said, oh, we want to buy TikTok from you. And,
all those wars somehow, collapse, and they have, dinner and all of that conversation. Putin then goes to China and all of that. And, China says that Taiwan, and I'm going to withhold, not get off completely Iran. I mean, those are the sort of conversations they have. So at the peak of the geopolitics, you have those games being played, and we will be just the minions suffering there. Now, if we do not comprehend or understand that, we'll play those games that Meshach is saying that austerity is not possible. Austerity is possible and should be. A nation that does not learn by its leadership to live within or beneath its means will engage in the shenanigans that we have been thrown and cast into right now.
So munasikia chenye huyu lawyer anatoka Kinyanjui Harrison, the way he's saying, like the same way people used the COVID to benefit, people used the COVID-19 stuff to benefit themselves. It's kind of the same way now people are telling us about the Strait of Hormuz.
And we are in danger of that getting deeper into that mire, because the attitude that is being adopted by the CS is that we will do nothing. So they continue with their field guzzlers. When the Kenyan people are walking, and you saw, excuse me, they had to oil the machinery of the economic production, and the government began feeling the pinch, and they said, no, look, we have someone to get back. And so they thinned that out a little bit. So that to them is supposed to be the ameliorating measure for them, but to the Kenyan people, we want to demand this chunk of taxes to be reduced and cut off. And to answer your question, and measure should probably come to the realization that the Kenyan people do not want to fund state house lavish parties or lavish, republic.
Yes. Another point that he has talked about is funding the state house lavish life. I don't know if you've seen how the current state house looks like. Ameijenga ni kama hatoki huko, ni kama anaenda kuishi huko forever. Niliona juzi akiambia the clergy of Bungoma sijui ati was it that anataka kubuild altar ama what was happening?
Every other budget that you see, state house is being refurbished. The Nakuru State House is being moved. And, that land is supposed to all over. And the question is now, when did the Kenyan people approve of that? So the moment that we as a people, the nation, does not accept that we need to live within our means, stop borrowing from the IMF, stop borrowing from the World Bank, stop these, and he said, and the CS confessed that, we now cannot access any Eurobond. That means that those doors are closed. So it teaches you, or at least it forces you to be inward looking. He says, will we engage in domestic borrowing? Stop domestic borrowing to engage in this sort of shenanigans. And for Meshach to say that, we will deny the supplier or we'll deny that legal person. Come on, learn to live beneath your means, not just within, beneath your means. And as a nation, we have been sunk into this scenario by no other than the president. When you see himself hiring this private jet, and we are hearing, and then we have heard nothing from the government. Hold on, I'm closing. We have not heard anything from the government spokesperson or even from the executive. Say, no, you people, you heard about the former Swiss from Seychelles? No, come on, that's exaggerated. You heard about the private bath, jacuzzi and all of that? No, that's not. Nobody has come to deny that. So to the Kenyan people, you see that you do not need that sort of luxury. You should be engaging in austerity measures. Get a private jet now, really? Why can't you send your CS to Baku, Azerbaijan, to go and discuss about that? Why, for instance, do you have to engage in that? Sort of luxury spending. Yeah, Manodere, you must agree that government spending is at its highest. Even the comparison made now that you insist on comparing the last two administrations. They said
I don't wanna stay inside. I wanna keep on dancing. Now I like it the way
Yeah, so you've all heard about that whole thing. Yes, tunajua kumekuwa na wabona state of Ramus, but still there are people who are creating things out of that thing. And the other day, you just see the current situation of Kenya. The other day you saw people walking. Let me find a video. Kulikuwa hadi na shosho mwingine juzi alikuwa ametembea. But before I got there, let's finish with this budget thing.
But the budget making process, there are the budget estimates.
Yes.
We
There we go.
which are proposals on the spending, that this is what we want to spend money on. We will find money somewhere, but this is what we want to spend money on. And that's what the executive wants to spend money and how. Then there's a appropriations bill that comes immediately after that. Now, authorizing, giving authority to the government to actually withdraw money from the consolidated fund to spend it the way they had said in their budget estimates. And then now finally the finance bill, which is much talked about, focuses on revenue raising measures, taxes, duties, and others.
That's when we get.
Now that's when we talk about.
Friends, there is the step which, with tremendous respect, I think you skip the policy. The policy. I mean, like, we want to increase these taxes. The policy behind this is this and that and that. And that by law is supposed to be the PFMA, the Public Finance Management Act, is supposed to be tabled. Kenyans are supposed to be under the constitution. Any policy, any government policy, you're supposed to table it, have public participation. However unpalatable it is to the government functions, it is supposed to be tabled. So the lack of the policy, why, for instance, are you increasing these taxes in this class or on that class? And what is the policy behind these state house increments of, appropriation every now and then? What is the policy behind it? That is often, in fact, almost invariably missed out, including this period, because the Kenyan people are supposed to be told where we are headed to in the next 5 years, for instance, is this. And therefore, the finance bill is supposed to be taking that trajectory, supposed to be contributing this much for the achievement of that. We don't have that. And the ministry or the CS in charge of planning is supposed to be telling us, we have planned for this. What does the president do? Go on rooftops of vehicles and begin telling us, that market we're going to do. Even though Schedule 4, the Constitution tells him that that is not your role or your domain. It's supposed to be the county government. And he tells you, now we have this and that dam to construct, and we don't see. And there's that stadia and whatever. So the long-term planning is totally out of sync with the budget making processes that we have. And in the end,
it's a planning problem.
It's just that there is a planning problem. And I don't want to blame anybody in the Treasury's planning department. Meshach has acknowledged, thankfully, that there is the external hand of the colonizer. And the colonizer has a primary objective that is, in my view, twofold. A, to advance their home agenda. Like we saw the French, Prime Minister, seeing that the dwindling, the shrunk space for them in West Africa and the Sahel region, they now want to come to East Africa and they want to engage the English-speaking nations using Kenya. You've rightly pointed out the springboard by means of which then to launch that program is a Kenyan space. So if we apprehend that the colonizer is coming with that in mind, the same way they did
in the Berlin conference, they sliced up without the participation of the African, sliced up Africa in, you know, the way that they did, and distributed African resources among themselves that way. And we had the railway in the name of development, you know, creating the access to the interior, but it was supposed to channel out resources. So we have the European Union engaging instead. No, this is not a country. The European Union, instead of engaging the African Union, it comes over and engages Congo, engages Kenya separately, engages Tanzania separately. The same fragmentation that happened during that period still is extended. So the budget making process invariably, and the Kenyan people ought to know this and understand this, that the same hand is out there to ensure that extraction of resources still goes on, which is why I want this president he tells us, you know, the coffee prices, usually we should not be lamenting about, you know, the coffee prices, they have hiked, they've gone up. But look, Mr. President, show me your program and your plan for value addition. We should be having a coffee processing plant so that now the coffee buyer in California is able to come and get processed coffee from Kenya, grade AA, at the higher price than telling me to export that to New York, and allowing that person to come over to go to Nyeri to get the grade AA coffee. So I'm saying, in terms of leadership, in terms of planning, in terms of the interrogation, the interest of the Kenyan people is lacking. Allow me, Fred, to say this to the Kenyan people, that we need leadership. And as we go over to the 2027 period, a leadership that is able to articulate the Kenyans people vision of they themselves, where do you want to be? You can no longer entertain and have the youth, the large swath of youth that goes unemployed. What are the plans for having them engaged and employed? And you cannot have these as long as you have poor leadership.
All right. Before we get to give your final comments, let's listen.
Yeah, so I think he also ameguza kitu ya, apart from public participation, ameguza kitu ya import substitution model and the issue of like, yes, we have coffee. We are complaining about the hike of how our farmers get lowly paid. But what if we create our own industries so that these people from those developed nations where we export that coffee in order for it to be processed, wakuja waichukue from sisi ikiwa hivyo hivyo pure tumeiprocess sisi wenyewe. I think there was another one. Yeah, there was this one who was talking about government policy choice, Patrick Muinde, and I just want you to listen to that also.
Do you know what's inside that pre-packaged food? Those ultra-processed foods high in sugar, salt, and unhealthy.
A flying president.
There we go.
Now, this is not superficial in terms of the intent and the implication And when Sheila says we need to communicate, that's right. But we forget communication is two ways. The citizens are able to access their own information by right. And if you look at what has been trending in the last 2 days, there's a protest we're running on one side. We had another piece of messaging of luxurious jet trading side by side. And I think the reason why when Kibaki told people we need to tighten our belts, why didn't the people respond that time and not now? Because if you remember the few, I think, even state visits that President Kibaki did, he used a commercial airline. I think there's an image of him being hopped on a KQ flight. I think it was going to the US or Europe. But what has happened in the last two, the previous administration, this current administration, we see luxurious jets. You look at the treasury expenditure, the budget is being amended 3-4 times each year. And the biggest beneficiary is the highest office in the land. So you allocate budgets, but the highest office finishes the budget within half a year. You reallocate, they finish. You reallocate, they finish. I think the issue is when we communicate to Kenyans, and I think it's fair to say Kenyans are not against paying taxes. But the question is, you pay taxes. What happens next? You pay taxes, you cannot access good public education. You pay taxes, you cannot access good public health system. You pay taxes, there's no public transport system. You pay taxes, and you're on your own. You have to pay your own security, you have to pay your own everything. So the question is, when you pay all these taxes, what comes in return? Because our tax in Kenya right now, and for the ordinary household in Kenya, is not just what they pay to the state. You pay to the state, and you have to deal with a myriad of black taxes that are as a result of failure of public services and goods. The real reason why we pay taxes is so that we can have these common services being affordable and available to everyone. But you pay and you don't see anything. What do you see? You see waste, you see extravagance and all that. I like to make this practical comparison. Like, how much do we collect from the housing levy? About 68 billion. How much is lost in the country? We are told 1/3 of the budget. What's 1/3 of the budget? It's about $1 trillion. So here you have levies that are quite disruptive, affecting economic activity and household incomes. And they are being raised. When you're collecting this money, billions of it is going to waste. We've already gotten the Auditor General report about the billion that have been given to private or entrepreneurs through these levies. I think the question Kenyans are asking is not that they don't want to pay taxes. They're asking, we pay these taxes, but we still have to deal with this myriad of private costs that are as a result of government failure. I think what we need is policy coherence. If the president says we tighten our belts, we must also see it practically from his office, where I feel I'm paying this tax because somebody will get good education. I'll pay this tax, somebody will get good health education. But you cannot be paying taxes, seeing luxury around you, and you are struggling to survive. Okay. And I think that's the message we need to. Yeah, and also it's a big dilemma for the state. Looking at the genesis of some of the taxes and levies that we have in that petrol and petrol products. For example, the most contentious is the VAT. If you look at the history of the VAT, it was introduced way back in 2018, but because of debt obligations that were taken from the multilateral agencies back in 2015, 2016. So the government took credit facilities, committing to introduce VAT on those petroleum products. And that's why when the government attempted to reduce the VAT by 16%, we saw a response from the IMF. And the government now faces a very difficult choice because this debt obligation is still hanging on the government. But here is citizens who are crying for the cost of living. We know fuel is very disruptive. It disrupts all the sectors of the economy. So if you are at Treasury, you are bound by a debt obligation, but then you have a crying citizen. But looking at the priorities of the government, you need to protect your citizens. At the end of the day, policy choices should be about households' incomes, businesses, and a smooth operating environment. I think the instability that we've seen, and the one that we've seen around these taxes, these fuel costs, are not sustainable. The government needs to find a sustainable solution One, because businesses operate on stability. You cannot have an economy and production where you are waiting month to month to know your cost of.
I can see my friend Msimamo is here. Acha nione anasemaje leo. Msimamo, how are you? Acha nigeuze.
I'm good. I'm doing good. And you, my friend,
I'm also doing fine.
my friend of Mbavus.
Wewe
Yani
Msimamo
kwa
unacheka.
kizungu, yani kwa kizungu
Wambavuni.
rafiki yangu wa mbavuni. So kwa Kiingereza my rafiki of Mbavus anyway. Otherwise
Naendelea vizuri, labda wewe. Leo nilianza mapema. Naona leo umekuja mapema, hujangoja
nilikuwa tu hapa karibu na simu leo, siku toka najua jana nilikuwa safari ya hafla. Sasa leo nikashinda hapa nyumbani kidogo. Narekebisha hili banda, unajua wakati wa mvua uliona sasa naona madamu imeacha sasa hivi, basi shughulikie muda ambamo mna usumbufu kidogo.
Mimi nimekuwa hapa nikiongelea masuala ya finance bill na mambo ya budget. Tunaona budget nayo imewekwa 4.8 trillion and they are saying that 25th of May is the deadline when citizens are supposed to give their views on that budget. 25th of May ni lini? Si ni kesho kutwa?
Ambayo sasa ni kesho kutwa ya.
Kuna mtu grassroots kule ndani amefikiwa ajue hiyo budget hata ni 4.8 trillion ama wana plan kuweka ngapi?
Hawa wafanye lao, wanaona ni sahihi kwamba wao wanavyofikiria wao ni sawa, si vile ambavyo Wakenya wanafikiria, kwa sababu haya ndio mambo ambayo tunaona mpaka hizi kesi za kina Gachagua na wengine haraka, public situation haijafanywa kikamilifu, hamasa kwa wananchi hajapewa nafasi, watu wamekaa meza wachache wanaoshiba, wanaona kwamba wananchi wote ni mboga, ni bure kabisa, unaona. So hii unamwekea mwananchi siku tatu.
Umepotea Msimamo, sikusikii.
Unanipata?
Sasa nakusikia.
Ya, ndo nasema haya mambo mengine ni yanatiwa kakasi dadangu, kwa maana haya ndo mambo tunaona haraka anafanyika maamuzi haraka. Kwa nini? Hili jambo ni la budget, hili jambo ni la taifa na linafanyika kwa niaba ya sisi wananchi ambao si wote ambao tumepata nafasi zile za kuweza kuongoza, maana kila ilivyo watabaki kidogo waongoze kwa niaba. Kija jambo kama hili ambalo la msingi, basi nafaa nipewe na heshimike. So ukituambia leo ni 21st, leo ni 21st, then unatupa 25th. Sasa hiyo siku tatu ni public participation gani itafanyika kwa siku tatu hizo, hadi mfikie wananchi wote? Ndio maana itafanyika sehemu za mijini, alafu tena waseme kwamba tulifanya hivi kwa sababu ya kuweza wana kila sababu. But anyway, Kenya hii sisi ni wahamiaji jamani, kuna wenye Kenya nadhani.
And I've also been analyzing this issue of public participation also concerning the finance bill. Naona pia niitwaje, deadline yake isha karibia, but do you think there's also been effective participation about the finance bill? Because apart from that nimesikia Mbadi ameulizwa swali pale kwa Kiswahili alipokuwa University of Nairobi, alafu anajibu huyo journalist ati unajua ni ngumu sana kujibu hii finance bill kwa Kiswahili. So I'm like, kwanza the finance bill itself, it has only been written in English. So wale watu ambao hawaelewi Kiingereza wafanyeje? Na pia kando na hilo, hawa MPs, why don't they put too much emphasis when it comes to public participation anaenda kwa constituency yake pale aelezea wananchi kitabu kinasema hivi na hivi, mnasemaje kuhusu hili. But when it comes to make it happen, when a policy is being taken now to parliament, wanataka kuamend ikuwe passed into law, they are very fast, very fast.
Hiyo ndio sababu kwamba tunasema kwamba bunge letu la 13 ni pumba tupu, yaani linasema liko kwa ajili yetu tu kwa mdomo, lakini kikweli kimatendo unashangaa. Unaona, so wao wafanye yao, wanaona kwamba ni sahihi, but wakumbuke kwamba kwa kila ilivyo, nikimbana paka zaidi kwa rumu na shindwe mahali kwa kutokea na umembana, basi hata kama hana kikubwa kile ambacho atajisaidia nacho, kucha na meno jiandae nazo. Sasa hawa wanajiandalia haswa kucha na meno, kwa sababu wananchi wakatatoka haswa, na wakitoka ndio hiyo unaambiwa kwamba sasa inaletwa siasa hapa, kwamba hii alingefanyika ni fulani ndiye anaongoza hili, serikali iko sawa, inafanya kila kitu sawa. Hiyo sometimes ni vitu vya ajabu ajabu kama hivi, kwamba mwananchi hapewi nafasi ile fursa ya kuweza kuhamasishwa zaidi. Kwa nini ni mambo ambayo ni ya maana kama haya yasipewe muda na mwafaka yakajadiliwa haswa, ili kusudi kikitoka basi itakuwa linatoka jambo ambalo litakuwa lina favor haswa mwananchi, na mwananchi ameridhia ameafiki. Kwa nini watu wachache wakae wajaribu kuitumia sheria kwamba imetumiwa? Kwa sababu tulifanya procedure, tulifuata sheria, pale participation ilifanyika ama haijafanyika, ilifanyika. Unaona, kila kitu tunaikwa katika sheria ya uongo, ambayo hii sheria ni kwa wachache ambao wanaidania, lakini kama inawabana kwao, basi utakuta kwamba hata kesi mahakamani sometimes inachelewa kwa sababu ya desturi kama hiyo. Unaona, zikiwalenga inacheleweshwa, ikiwa haiwalengi inaharakishwa. So hivi vitu vya ajabu ajabu tutavishuhudia kutokana kwamba waliopo kwamba wanang'ang'ana wabaki kwenye power, but kama tutaamua kwamba enough is enough, basi wacha watu endelee kutubana tu kwenye kuta za room, then wajiandae kwa meno na kucha. Asante.
Asa msimamo, before you go far, I just have a question for you. How many people where you are now in your constituency, let me not even use a constituency, your own ward, I think ward iko chini ya constituency, hata like in your village, how many people know about this finance bill or this proposed budget? How many people?
Cha ajabu, wote hao ambao ni viongozi wako huku, lakini katika mikutano mfululizo kuanzia Kinango huku kote walikotembea hawalizungumzia hili. Kwa kweli katika wadi yangu hakuna habari kama hiyo, na kama ipo basi sijui tu kwa sababu maybe ipo, siwezi kuwa mnafiki, lakini sidhani kwamba haswa wananchi walionizunguka hapa wote ambao tuko hapa kwamba wanajua kwamba kuna habari kama hiyo. So kumaanisha kwamba ujumbe ule kumfikia mwananchi haujafanywa kikamilifu, na kama utakuwa imefanyika basi ni watu wachache ambao wataenda katika hiyo public participation kuhitimisha tu kwamba limefanyika hivi kila mahali, lakini kwa kweli wamekuwa selected kwa sababu wako na wajumbe grassroots huko. Wao wataamua chukua watu fulani sehemu fulani, weka pale, wacha tuone media kwamba everything imekuwa sawa, but in totality wale walengwa ambao ni kama sisi huko hatuja habari kama hizo.
Hapa ndio nafika msimamo, naanza kujiuliza watu kama machifu wanalipwa kufanya kazi ipi? Ama tunaelekea wapi kama nchi? Wanafanya kazi ipi?
Wapo kazi, in fact wao katika serikali kwanza ndio ambao walikuwa consider zaidi. Unakuwa sasa hivi kila mikutano ya maendeleo county commissioner OCS wako hapo, tofauti na uongozi wa Kibaki na Uhuru kwamba machiefs walikuwa na fungu lao, unaona, but this time around wao ndio wako mstari wa mbele. So kama hili litafanyika, chiefs wako litafanyika, lakini mfano ni wananchi kidogo wamechukuliwa tu maeneo fulani kwamba twendeni mjaze kale ka ukumbi pale watu 20-30, alafu mtoe maoni yenu, public participation imefanyika. Sasa je, wale wengi ambao hawana habari kama hizi mnachukuliaje na wako na maono na hawajafikiwa na ujumbe kama huo? So unakuta kwamba kuna wote tepetevu, kwa sababu we are now going back to order from above. So hii kitu hii ya order from above, hata chiefs watafanya hivyo because ni order,
So
si ni mandatory kwamba inafanyika. Yeah, see devolution. We're not, we leave alone about devolution. In this regime, under this regime, it is, yeah, it is not working under devolution. It is now working under one party state, and we are heading there under one party state. Believe me. Just for instance, just have a look those by election held at Mbere, Malava, and recently in in Diki. So that's the time now. Hapo unaweza tengeneza, unaweza piga bongo lako ukapata kujadiliana, lakini kwamba ni nini ambapo mahali tunaelekea. UDA it will peak everywhere. Yeye hapa akizungumza nitashinda asubuhi na mapema. Hii ndio mipango. So mwisho wa siku tutakuja kujua kwamba sauti yote bunge la kaunti, bunge la ni kila mahali ni UDA. Tunashangaa jamaa walikuwa hawapendi, wamepata vipi hizi nafasi kwamba wao ndio kusema katika, kwa sababu power, unataka power. Lakini si maendeleo, si usawa.
And then another issue msimamo that I just asked you is that Mbadi saying he cannot explain the finance bill in Kiswahili. At people in Kenya, this is an English speaking state, but people pretend to be speaking Kiswahili. So nikajiuliza mimi kwa akili zangu, wakikuja kuomba kura wanaomba na English peke yake, si wanaomba na lugha zingine? But finance bill anasema hawezi explain na Kiswahili.
Jamaangu, hapa kuna ugonjwa ambao sidhani kama utaondoka lini. Lakini anyway, sasa yeye mwenyewe tumemshuhudia akizungumza Kiswahili. Kiliumana amezungumza Kiswahili mara moja, si mara. Itakuwaje aweze eleza haswa hii finance bill kwa Kiswahili? Lakini pia itashindikaje kuandikwa kwa Kiswahili because nani alizungumza kwamba Kenya ni taifa la kizungu tu peke yake? Lugha ya taifa ambayo tunayamini ni Kiswahili na Kizungu, lakini zaidi ni Kiswahili kwa sababu ndio yenye uasilia wetu, na ndio maana mimi nakienzi Kiswahili popote pale because that's the only language ambayo haswa inatufavor, imetukuza haswa kama East Africa. Sasa hii imeingia sasa ulimwenguni kote, wao wanapenda kwa wanaelewa Kiswahili kwa sababu ni lugha ambayo, lakini wajiulize Mbadi akisema hii ni taifa la wasomi la Kizungu, ni wangapi ambao sasa hivi ni watu wangapi ambao hawajaweza access haswa masomo katika taifa letu kutangia uhuru likilinganishwa na wale ambao ambao wamesoma?
I've just given you a vivid example. When they are going to ask even vote for Ruto, telling people to vote for Ruto in their stakeholders, wanaomba kura na Kijaluo, lakini hawezi explain nini finance bill na Kijaluo. Wengine wakienda kuombea Ruto kura, like the way I saw kina Mdavadi during Labor Day na Atuoli pale in Vihiga, walikuwa wanaongelesha wananchi wa hapo Kiluya wakiombea Ruto tuta. Ukienda huko wengine wapi, they always make sure they mobilize people using that language. Why is it hard when it comes to the finance bill, them and going explaining to the people in their own language even, or even in Kiswahili, so that they can understand?
Jamangu, Mdaniel ndiye sie. Kwa hiyo ndio hali ilivyo. Hawa jamaa wamepanga hili jambo, limepangwa, litapitishwa, piga hii hapa ndio kuonyeshwa umuhimu wa power ni nini, kwamba we can do whatever we want to do, we can do. Hakuna mtu atatufanya nini. So hii yote ni kusukuma mlevi, si nini, uchaguzi ushapangwa, majibu yapo, kila kitu kishapangwa, kiko mezani, nao tu ni kupumbazwa tu kwenda kusukuma mlevi, kusubiri siku ifike basi. So at this juncture lazima tuangalie shida yetu ni nini mpaka tufikie hapa bila, kwa sababu mambo mengine yanatamausha haswa, haya yanatamausha haswa kabisa, kwa sababu hakuna vile ambavyo tunaweza ondokana na Uswahili ama lugha ya nyumbani. Na pia kuchapisha makaratasi hayo hana gharama kubwa vile kama ile trip moja ambayo kiongozi wetu wa taifa ametoka. Sidhani kama hayo makaratasi ya kuchapisha yataweza kumaliza ile pesa ilitumika kwa siku 7 na kulipwa na ndege ile ya kifahari, na inaweza chapishwa lugha zote, mshiko ule ambao umetumika haswa. So for real, wacha tu tumuombe Jalali kwamba Kenya yetu kuna wenye nchi. Ukizungumza kweli, wewe ndo kwa makosani, unaona. So unaonekana wewe kwamba ni king'ang'anizi, ni mtu ambaye, so for real, wacha wafanye hao. Mimi nisha give up.
And another thing, nimeona president ameshatoka Baku, hata hajapumzika. Naona kwa huko kwenu Coast, ama mimi ndio nimeonaona vibaya?
Yuko tena especially yuko Kwale hapa. Nilikuwa mahali hapo nikatazama kwa grupu wengine, naambia watu wa saa 2 washafika kwenye mkutano, nikaona watu wote wengi wamebaki, kila mtu na shughuli yake. Wachache ndio wamebebwa hapo, waliobahatika kwa karibu na barabara, lakini porini tena si kwamba wamejaza tu, wamejaza ukumbi tu. Hebu bwana, endelea. Unaona, so porini, wacha malize yake, lakini tukumbuke tu kwamba uongozi ni kitu cha kuja na kupita. So ukiweka misingi ambayo itakuwa haina tija, itakuwa usumbufu baadaye. Ukiweka misingi ambayo itakuwa na tija kama kiongozi, basi unaendelea pale kutoka mwenzako alipoacha. Na ndio maana mimi sioni haja ya kulaumu regime zingine, unaona, juu hata viongozi waliokuja hapo wanalaumu kwamba wao fulani alikuwa hivi, fulani alikuwa hivi, mbona sisi tunafanywa hivi? Hakuna. Watu wanafanya kazi, wamepewa kazi, fanya kazi ionekane. Sasa hizo ni kwamba kule kujiuza sana na kujitangaza sana, kila siku unaonekana kwa magari wajitangaza kama kiongozi, imechosha. Kwa sababu mwisho wa siku ni maneno hewa anaisha, watu wanarudi katika utendaji hakuna. So tunasubiri hospitali ambayo tumeambiwa ishatengewa hiyo, kwenye mwezi wa 7 itaanza kujengwa hospitali kubwa swa maeneo yetu ya Samburu huko. So wacha tuone itakavyokuwa. Hiyo ni hadi mpya ambao na sisi pia tumebahatika kupewa for first time huko. Ni hospitali ambayo itajengwa kubwa, maana budget tayari ipo. So nadhani niachie hapo, but kwa kweli masuala ya nchi langu vile ambayo yanamhusu mwananchi apewe nafasi ya kuweza kuwakilisha zaidi. Ndivyo viongozi wakifanya, wakitekeleza yale majukumu, yanakuwa ni manufaa, ni majukumu ambayo yatakuwa na manufaa kwa jamii zote za nchi. Hakuna mtu atakuwa amejihisi ameachwa nyuma. Lakini ile sio kwamba niunge mkono ndio utafaidi, lakini ikiwa nje na mimi wewe ni adui. Sidhani kama hiyo trajectory ni nzuri kiupande wangu. Kwako Vilari, naona nitakutimka kidogo tena alafu nitarudi.
Sawa, asante. Wanipata papa hapa. Yeah, so you've had our friend's contribution towards the same. I think I'll just continue with what Patrick Muinde is saying, and then we go and discuss about the parliament. After that, we will go to what Gachagua was saying yesterday on, I don't know if he will be elected the president of Kenya. Yeah.
Production, know your cost of logistics and distribution. So I think it's time the government sat down and took a long-term view and took strategic policy choices. I think one of the things that is emerging here is that policy choices seems to be driven by dealerships, where everything is reduced to transaction. You look at the genesis of where we are. It started with a scandal. So the moment the issues of Strait of Hormuz and fuel disruptions appeared, the first thing that appeared to us was a scandal about low quality fuel and very expensive to that extent. Now, if you look at what has happened in the aftermath from the weekend of Easter, when this came up, it has been firefighting after firefighting. There's not even an attempt to find a strategic long-term solutions that bring stability. It's time to go back to the drawing board and ask what are the long-term strategic interests of the country. Since it took power, it's completely different from what he said then. You remember the 16% VAT is the one who increased from 8 to 16 in the first finance. Yes, the RMF from 18 shillings to 25 is the one who introduced it, 7 shillings. But I think as I concur with what Sheila is saying and all the others, is one, we have a structural problem with our economic system. 83% of the economy runs on informal sector. Now, the challenge for the informal sector is that it's very difficult and expensive to collect revenues, assess, and know what production is there. But you look at the economy for the last 3 decades, it has remained stuck at 83% informal, 70% formal. Now, all the taxes you have seen have targeted the formal sector because one, it's easy and it's efficient. But we forget that as we try to grow this revenue, we are hurting the very people involved in productivity. One, informal sector productivity is very low, and it's very difficult to measure data. But also, let's look at like the bottom-up economic agenda. It is promoting informality, not formality. So it is encouraging and perpetuating the informal sector as opposed to reorienting the economy to more formal sector, which is more efficient and more easy to collect revenues. But going beyond that, and I think I refer to comments that were made sometimes by the former Central Bank Governor, Dr. Patrick Njoroge, when he said people do not eat GDP. And that's why we need to be very careful when you're referring to GDP. Now, when you look at the GDP at the macroeconomic level, it counts everything. For example, if you go to our big projects, they are counted as part of the GDP. But when you start deconstructing those projects and how the module that we're using, and I use for example, the SGR is the single largest project ever done in this country. And since then, we have had other big projects. We have the expressway, and now we have the Rironi Road. These are multi-billion projects. But let's go to the related subsectors and see what changes happening there. If you go to the cement industry, you do not see the billions spent on this project in the cement industry, because you should be able to see significant changes in the consumption of cement. The official data does not confirm that. If you go to the steel industry subsector, it is not reflected in the steel that is used to be in this project and the SGR. If you go to the labor market, the official Kenya National Bureau of Statistics data does not show us a number of engineers who have been employed in the formal sector. So you need to ask yourself, what is happening here? Because here you have big projects that count for the GDP. Because when you go to the SGR, we'll count the 6.5 billion or whatever that was used there. You go to the Ronnie Road, we'll count the 200 billion that was used. But you have a project, a debt, and a vacuum in between.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I get perfect notes from every meeting. I click this toggle to send my AI note taker to my meetings, even if I can't attend. My AI note taker records the entire meeting and creates
Yeah. So I think before I went to Nanio speaking, there was this issue of a working nation. We saw the other day people who are walking to work. Mind you, when the matatu strike was on, there are some employees who didn't care how you'll go to work. Well, make sure umefika kazi. If you ukosa kuenda, that's your own problem. I saw some people were walking. I think I had some. Before I go to that, let me see this one, where the same lawyer Harrison Kinyanjui was talking about EPRA.
Probably they don't have the leeway to make decisive, to take decisive action. We even have the
Here we go.
deputy president. According to the standard, they say he's been absent, he's been missing in this conversation. And it would appear everyone is just waiting for the president. We have an authority that should be doing all this. The proposal by Didi Nyoro to Parliament is there, but Parliament itself has not seen it fit to even, the Speaker has not seen it fit to recall Parliament discuss this. Everyone is just talking about waiting for the president.
When it's time to impeach, it's lightning speed. When it's for political reasons, without any justification, with all those tags and allegations against a sitting, an unelected, a duly elected deputy president. So everything is, pushed and shoved and passed in lightning speed. But when it comes to the interest of Kenyan people, and I'm surprised that Odera is seemingly, could be wrong, seemingly defending the indefensible, a government that is bent on oppressing the Kenyan people, and it is gotten to a point where the deaths of Kenyan people, the deaths of they who are protesting, because we can see that, it is reported that there are those that died while protesting. And there were reports that, in fact, the police shot live bullets at them. The National Assembly does not exist for the sake of they who populate the National Assembly and the Senate, but to the benefit of the Kenyan people. And that's established in Article 94 of the Constitution. And you have to ask yourself, is this not an emergency to the Kenyan people? Is this not an issue of such urgent need that we need to not just look at the knee-jerk reaction of the buffs in government, the Ministry of Transport, the Ministry of Interior, and they who met with the public service representatives. To them, it is a problem of an emergent nature. But how about the long term? Will the war that has been going on in Iran, prompted by geopolitics, going to end tomorrow? So you see, this knee-jerk reaction makes you wonder. The National Assembly is supposed to be now convening, because there's an honorable member who has requested that, and the Speaker of the National Assembly ought to deal with that issue. But he hasn't. He hasn't. So the interest of the Kenyan people is secondary, seemingly, to these people, and not to every member of National Assembly, I should say, with tremendous respect, so that I am not misunderstood or misapprehended to be then casting aspersions on them. The impression created is that this is a one-man show government. Whenever the president is in need of steering his scheme of things or his agenda in a certain way, he marshals the National Assembly. He marshals the Senate. They are at, as it were, his beck and call. So now he's out there, and there are those allegations, and you saw that, he's out there with, enjoying himself in a private jet, and you have to wonder why they expend such amount of money, atrocious and abominable. And the Kenyan people are going through this hardship. So the long and the short of it is that EPRA exists, in my view, more as a political entity, although it is entrenched in the Petroleum Act as the Energy and Petroleum, Regulatory Authority. And by the way, you, the motorist, you, the road user that buys that fuel, funds EPRA. At I think it should be 25 cents per liter or something like that. But there's that levy charged on every person who buys fuel. And so EPRA is supposed to be, under the Petroleum Act, supposed to be ensuring that all these things are regulated and that we have at least a voice that, deals with this issue. But to answer Meshach right here, I have to wonder, really, when you look at the increment in the sudden lowering of the price of diesel, isn't EPRA somehow mysteriously arrogating itself this legislative power to change the amount of taxes per liter in the diesel region? Or I should ask, when EPRA decides to lower the price per liter of diesel, what are they exactly tinkering with? What exactly is being, adjusted? There is opaqueness, there is no transparency, and these are the questions that the members of the National Assembly should be asking, or even summoning EPRA. How can you do this in an arbitrary way? And this is after pressure has been piled on the government through this demonstration. And the question is now, okay, you decide to lower the price of diesel, but how about petrol? Why didn't you adjust a shilling of it? And yet, the Kenyan people who drive, petrol-driven vehicles, are equally, in equal measure, affected. So EPRA, in my view, has failed. A, B, it is consuming public funds without results. In other words, we're not getting value for money. And C, it is, as like you say, to be disbanded, because then we do not see the functional utility of EPRA.
Because now the question comes to the fact that at least in Kenya there's regulation of fuel prices. In a market like Uganda, it's left to the liberal market. Every outlet.
Yeah, so he's just been talking about when it comes to interests of Kenyans, the MPs are very hesitant. They are very hesitant, but when it comes to other issues, they are very fast to react. And on this other issue, I've seen Odede talking about the luxurious state house life. Got it.
Hiyo ndo secret yangu to a moisturized and bright skin. Try nice and lovely lemon lotion today.
Discussion when it comes to the budget making process. Even the public participation, involvement, the level we had in 2024 of discourse around this process was way better. Kenyans appear least concerned about the process now, yet this is what affects us, even when it comes to fuel prices. Why is that?
The disconnect between, I believe, the practical reality of what the outcome of any law is. Forget about a bill, finance bill, forget about that. Any law that is passed by Parliament, that disconnect between the bill in its theoretical format while it's being debated in Parliament, the National Assembly, understand it, and the practical outcome of it is something that our, with tremendous respect, members of Parliament miss. On such an alarming frequent basis as to make end ineffectual to the Kenyan people. What do I mean? For instance, you have someone who sits in Parliament, he shoved a bill by the same mandarins I was talking about. You need to pass that climate change bill. But that climate change bill, they do not see that it is tied up to another agenda. They tell you that you have to fulfill the use of fossil fuels. And tied to that, you have to fulfill and do not even touch coal. Yet, as we speak today, on the 21st of May 2026, China is using coal. Did you hear a word of lamentation from the climate change mandarins and they who harp in the climate change? And and they who accompanied all these technocrats who accompanied Trump to China. None of them spoke about China using coal, but you will hear the same mandarins shoving their agenda through NGOs and telling you to don't touch the Kitui coal, don't touch the the coastal coal, and they tell you because of climate change. So that member of parliament who sits there passing that regulation does not see that his own country.
Martin Deto. How are you? I can see you're there.
Is locked up in a certain economic stratum that they can never extricate themselves out of. And now come this issue of spending, like you ask. How is it that the members of the National Assembly allow State House to shift its budget allocation from what they had asked for, 7 billion, billion, not million. I'm trying to, I'm stuttering, trying to,
State House.
Do you see? No, hold on.
It's
the lack of leadership, because members of the National Assembly ought to be people who see that in the future, this is likely to affect us this way. In the moment you increase that to 17 billion from your 7 billion, you're telling me that you have had to fetch somewhere, somehow, 10 billion. And yet, in my daily practical, news readings, I see capitation has been reduced or is not available. And I hear teachers' salary are not being paid on time. And I hear disbursements to the county governments are not being. Let me finish this point. The leadership problem that we have stems from above. Because if you have this leader who's given to opulence and display of opulence and the flexing of political muscle by means of trying to bribe and buy that allegiance, then we have missed the point in leadership. And we need to get back to Article 73 of the Constitution and say that if you saw allegiance to the Kenyan people, not foreigners, you have no business advancing these foreign agendas through legislation. Yes. And this needs to be interrogated.
Such kind of action that probably leads to this kind of lethargy in our Kenya is the fact that even if we take part in public participation and say things, and we agree that this is a budget and we're okay with that. That at some point through supplementary appropriations bills, you can change midway. And at the end of the day, all our public participation is also
down the way. Two things quickly from me. One, I think Kenyans have not engaged properly on budget. What we always engage in is finance bill, the revenue measures, because
the expenditure.
Because yes, no, because
Yeah, I think it is what Odede is going to speak about. And yeah, we have not clearly engaged on the issue of budget. And as I was telling you here, the proposed budget, wamesema deadline ya public participation ni 25th May, whereby 25th May, we only have 3 days to 25th May. Then what? Sijui kama nyinyi umeparticipate, but mimi sija participate kwa hiyo appropriation budget. Why didn't the MP come to the grassroots and let it happen? But when they want to make it happen, pale kwa parliament, I know itafanywa very fast. Very fast. Let me continue with this. Mato is saying supplementary budget is a conduct of theft. Yeah, it's true. Very true.
because we fear that taxes will be raised and it will be punitive on us, which is okay. We need to engage. But we never properly engage on the budget making processes, because even now, people are not talking about the budget. Even when Parliament talk about the proposals, budget proposals, Kenyans are not active until the revenue measures, the finance bill comes. Then we all of a sudden become very active because we don't want anything to do with taxes on us. I think we need to start engaging properly on what are we putting in this budget, because when public participations are done and it is about what we want.
And also the problem is not public participation. We might also decide to engage in public participation as citizens. Vizuri sana. But the one who is representing us in parliament, anaenda tuko na kichwa yake anafanya whatever he thinks of doing.
What roads we want, what kind of state house we want, what do we want? Before we go to how do we now raise this revenue? Maybe we should start there and decide that we do not want a new state house. We do not want a new road. We do not want. But who will speak for us? We need to engage.
Exactly. Harrison is asking the same question. Yes, we might do the public participation, but mwenye tunatuma huyo aende kwa parliament, they end up doing their own things. Yeah, they end up doing their own things.
It's properly the same way we are engaging on finance bill, because we only go to engage when the question is where do we now get why
I can see Mkenya Mkora, you are in the building. Hi.
Hi, Valerie. How you doing?
I'm good.
Yeah, I really wanted to talk about this year supplementary budget. Just
Talk.
to
Wamesema views zenu mpeane mwisho 25th May. So we have 3 days. Continue.
Aki ile mchezo inakuwa Kenya. And I don't know, Madam Chair, I don't know why people do not see this thing. What is a supplementary budget?
Kwanza, how many supplementary budgets have?
I was Kwa nini unanicheka kabla nifike?
I think as Kenyans tuache kusikiza politicians sometimes, tuangalie expert wanasema nini na tuangalie what are we supposed to do about this thing.
No, even some of these experts are some of them are on government budget, that supplementary budget, just like this guy of with all due respect. The thing is that sorry, that was on a lighter note. With due respect wa matatu, nani ajui amepewa kakitu anyway.
Ukuona vile alikuwa na smile mpaka anatoa ulimi nje. Aungejua ni ule mwenye aliambia Opiyo Wandayi usiku with all due respect.
Ndio hiyo.
With the maroon shirt. Mchana hakuja amefunga tai vizuri sana.
All of a sudden ameenda akanunua tai sasa. Na suti. But so this supplementary budget I've always been nimekuwa na shida nayo sana, because let me ask you, okay, how much is the supplementary budget?
Gani yenye wamesema the latest is
kila mwaka tunakuanga na supplementary budget. How much?
4.8 billion. Hii yenye nimekuwa naongelea hapa hivi ni 4.8 trillion.
Okay, last year?
Last year, let me check.
Na umesema check, umesema ya this year ni 4.8 what?
4.8 trillion.
And how much is our budget yetu ya country yote collection inakuanga ngapi? Is it 3 point something?
Yeah, let me just check kidogo.
As it check, because I'm wondering, how does a supplementary budget exceed the tax?
Last year, but it's taking time to load my other.
No, it's fine. Take your time.
Well. The most supplementary budget for the previous financial year included an additional expenditure of 344 billion.
Okay. What did it supplement?
The breakdown of the additional adjustments.
Exactly. There's a point I'm headed to, but let me just hit the home run. We have a budget that is already planned and passed by the parliament, right? Every year.
Yeah.
The supplementary budget, where does it go and where is the surplus? Because everything is already budgeted for when we pass a budget. So there's this thing of supplementary budget. Okay, let's call it 5 billion supplementary budget. And anyways, they never actually really post those budget, that supplementary budget. Okay, if ni kama kuweka Valerie, ni kama like unajua rent yako unalipa how much, fooding and all that, and so you've budgeted for what you need to do for that month, then unaweka kitu kengine hapa hivi kando kenye ako nika just in case of emergency. What if you don't have that emergency? So do they tell us what, I mean, what remained of the last year's and last year's and last year's is the so-called supplementary budget? Do they tell us, I mean, do they show us the books?
I don't think they do. You
They
wanted
never.
them to show you.
That's why I told you that's a conduit of theft. That's where the money is really, really taken. That's where it disappears, because you don't ever get the books of Nini Libaki last, in the last Nini. So in order to, because the thing is that no one will ever look at that supplementary budget. Even the even the auditor, sometimes, because that was not budgeted, they are going to go to look at the books. Supplementary budget is never in the books. So there are people who are very good to looking at hii supplementary budget. Kama mlikuwa umeweka ya locust na kuku wa locust. I hope you get my point.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it should carry forward. If it was never used, if we had done something about ukame na kukua na ukame and everything was good, and remember we've already budgeted for all these things in our budget. This supplementary budget, where are you actually getting the money from? Because you should do your budget accordingly and know this is what we've put. Don't tell us supplementary budget, put it in the budget so we can see it. If you tell us supplementary budget, kwani hiyo ingine mlikuwa umeficha wapi? You can indulge me on that. Hiyo yenye iko kwa budget iko wapi?
See, it's definitely squandered by them.
Yeah, and why don't we have a carryover to the next budget?
Where will the carryover get? Where will the carryover come from? Na ilikuwa squandered already. They have interest in that.
Yeah, but yako inafaa kuwa ka savings account. Sahii tungekuwa na mingi, lakini ngoja uone this coming budget watasema tena supplementary budget. Na watuambie ile ya last year kule iko.
Yeah.
You see how the government really is so, people in the government are just nonsensical, but they're so used to Kenyans who never question these things. It's kind of like the deaths and all this, like Jimmy Wanjigi, even though
you know the problem that we have in Kenyam Kora, is that people are hanging on politicians' coats. They don't know that these same politicians are the people who are engaged in these policy formulations, forming policies that favor them. Then anakuja huku nje anawadanganya tu hivi na hivi. Nyinyi mnaendelea tu kusema fulani alisema, but you don't know this fulani also has his interest. Na anaweza kuwa take place in making those policies, na kuambia hiyo is not his or her business.
Exactly. You're right, 100%. And the problem I think, I don't want to abuse anyone or to talk ill of anyone. I think I don't understand is our community or our geosocial political advancement, are we just illiterate that we just don't question anything? We don't do calculations, or we never went to school. Things are being spoken that you do the math, it doesn't even add up, I just don't think people really question what they are being told, especially in the rallies and whatever, even the press conferences. I just don't get it. It's kind of like the other day I saw, what was it? There was a math I was doing they were talking about, who was it? I can't remember, but it was a math that was going 5.2 plus 6.2 is 11.2. And that's a whole politician. I think it was the president. I don't know. I have to go back and remember who was talking about that. And that's on a press conference. 5.2 plus 6.2. Valerie, what is that?
5.2 plus 6.2.
Mm.
11.4.
So why would somebody say 11.2? And you're talking in the sense of billions. So where did this other 2 billion go to?
And people are just there standing clapping for them.
Exactly my point.
Yeah.
And somebody goes on very proudly knowing that I'm running the government. I did the math and everything, and that's what it is. Oh, it wasn't body. Thank you. I got it. It wasn't body. Talking about that kind of math, and that's the finance nini, CS. Making a conflict of a mistake of miscalculation of 2 billion. And you're the finance? I just don't get it. I don't know, maybe you can unaweza ni explain here. Saa zingine mimi nakuaga hivi naangalia guy. Watu mnasikizanga zile vitu mnaambiwa. Is it just come and say something and go? I lack words, and especially some of those things vitu kama hizo miwa zinaniuma sana because career is just a work I work with numbers. So sometimes when somebody brings up at them and wait, what did you just say? In my career industry, I can never give such a big mistake of 2 billion. Nitafutwa kesho. Hata si kesho, nitafutwa tu. By the end of that statement, nitakuwa nimefutwa kazi. But the thing is that in Kenya, if you want to we've normalized politics, and there's something that we do wrong, that in politics you can say anything. Mpaka we passed a law that you can say anything that you can say in parliament and nobody can arrest you while in the presence of the parliament. Now, what kind of law is that? So you're allowed to lie in parliament, and if you're a politician, you're allowed to lie, and you don't understand that you're carrying a whole economy. You want to drive these V8s and tell us that, and lie to us, especially kwanza kitu ya mafuta. I don't even get how people even buy that story. No fuel. And I'm glad Gachagua even said it. I'd said it here before, tukiwa na Kinanjiru, that no oil or fuel of East Africa passes through the Strait of Hormuz. So that has nothing to do with us. And I'm glad.
So they are using the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, I think this lawyer that I was playing, Harrison Kinyanjui, talked about the same. Like the Strait of Hormuz stuff is just being used by this politician the same way people use the COVID-19 whatever to steal whatever they were stealing.
That's exactly what it is. Valerie, ask anyone who knows the geographical and the export import of fuel. No fuel comes to East Africa through the Strait of Hormuz. You just even you look in the map. I mean, you're very well versed with looking the geography. Look at where the Strait of Hormuz is, and look at where people. I mean, which ships pass through that side to come to East Africa. No, we use the Suez Canal. Anyways, on the other side, we also don't buy anything concerning fuel from Iran or the US. So what is that affecting us with? I know you are a good researcher. Just look at it. Look at the geographical location of it, and look at the Suez Canal, and also look at, I mean, Iran. We don't buy anything from Iran.
Anyway, we reached a point where we've been lied to, and people have accepted to be lied to. They just stand there and listen to lies. So, yeah.
It's just that people are good at TikTok and they're not good at research. That's the problem. So most of these politicians have known they will come and just tell you anything. Tumetenga bilioni mpaka mtu anasahau ni barabara. Hey, barabara, oi, hey.
And see, Paulo is telling us that fuel from Saudi Arabia doesn't pass through the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah. And Saudi is where we actually kind of, and the weirdest thing is that we actually export oil. But the thing is that instead of building a refinery, we first of all export it. There's ships moving out of Mombasa every time with oil from Kenya to go refine it and then bring it back. Now, by the way, actually, now let me ask you a question, Valerie. I thought this was a hustler government. How do you reduce? Okay, kuna watu wanatuambia, according from some of these two-term people that I see on TikTok and in other places where I run around with them, how do you tell us that tunalia hakuna fuel, ati mafuta imepanda juu, and then na hatuna magari, hata baiskeli hatuna? Okay, fine. Let's solve that issue. We bring the minister or the CS. He says, okay, tutashukisha bei ya mafuta or diesel, tupandishe kerosene. Give me the logic sasa. Kwa hao wenye wanasema hatuna magari na hatuna hata baiskeli hatuna. Now, who uses kerosene and who uses the mafuta? I mean, the logic of it.
Au kusikia hata president akiambia watu wa pikipiki boda wanatumia paraffin.
Yeah. So si paraffin ndio unatumianga kwa nyumba. Hata ukiwa na baiskeli ama kama una baiskeli. So kwa hivyo I just don't understand Kenyans sometimes. Especially the complainers. Especially the government two-term people, I just don't understand it. So every mwenye ana gari mwenye ana baiskeli ndio ameambiwa sasa, basi wacha tukupandishie wewe, tushukishie wenye wako na gari eh? Kwani umenyamaza wala?
Wewe mtasema nini Mkenya mkora? Niseme nini?
Sasa sukuma yako yenye utapika leo jioni, basi yeye imepandishwa. Ndo kwa mafuta ya taa na by the way, na watu wa nini boda pia wamepandishiwa cause wanatumianga mafuta ya taa. I'm being sarcastic. Hey, you know
Kisiangi is
sometimes.
saying that
Yeah.
carry on.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just trying to read a comment. He's saying the only fuel which passes through the Strait of Hormuz is the one which Kenya imports from Abu Dhabi. Hustlers who are using kerosene wamepatikana.
Sio ndio wanatuambia tusipigane because tusipiganie fuel kwa sababu sisi hatuna magari. Sawa, enda ukapike hiyo nini githeri yako huko kwa nyumba, basi na hiyo parafini yako imepanda juu. Nukumbuke pia hiyo nyanya pia imetransportiwa na gari na ishapanda. Na sukuma wiki panda kwa sababu mimi nikiwa na lori yangu yenye nimeteremshiwa diesel kidogo, nimepandishiwa na 30, ilipanda na 30 nikarudishiwa 10. So bado kuna 20 deficit. Kwa hivyo bado napandisha hiyo sukuma pia. I mean, where's the economics here? So basically in a funny way kila kitu imepanda. Cause tushapanda na 20, cause tulipandishiwa na 30, tukarudishiwa 10. So that's 10. I mean 20 imebaki hapo. And then sasa tukaambia tunakurudishia hii ya 10, wacha tupandishe mafuta ya taa.
Actually, I've been looking at Mbadi's interview ameulizwa now that mafuta ingali juu. It means the expenses of things are going up and whatever nini. But you know what he answered? He said walimuuliza kama price ya vitu itapanda na nini, na wakamuuliza pia does it mean that this government is being given good advice and then they don't take it in, or what is really wrong with this government? And he said that he's actually a very good advisor to this government. That is why Kenya has not defaulted from the nini of the financial lenders.
Kwanza this thing of financial lenders, what do we lack in Kenya?
We lack leaders with sound mind.
I was really very concerned, and I'm still researching on this. The GDP of Kazakhstan and Kenya, the comparison. Kenya is way above Kazakhstan. What are you doing in Kazakhstan?
Going to spread lies.
Unaweza jikopa mtu mwenye ana pesa kukuliko?
It happens. Kama una akili na uko na pesa mingi, alafu una spend vile unajisikia, and then umefika kwa ngori, inabidi tu uende uombe ule mwenye ako na kidogo but anajua kuzitumia.
Na si umeenda na jet na shida hii mtu mimi sitakagi kumtaja, shida yake na majet ni nini? Remember, you remember the Hustlers jet? This is what, almost 10 years ago, Hustlers jet. Kidogo kidogo tukasikia ingine amepewa na marafiki akaenda nayo. Sasa hii nasikia pia kuna ingine private amekimbia nayo. Nini shida yake na kuburuka? Kwani hawezi kaa kwa ofisi akakaa pale hivyo Harambee House
The
afanye
flying
kazi?
president. Aski kutulia, sijui mbona, sijui ni nini.
Hey, Valerie mtanimaliza mimi. You know what? I miss the days that tulikuwa tumesema, you know, there's a time we sabotaged everything. Yes, of course, everybody wenye wananionaga hapa hivi, they know I live in Kenya, I have my house in Kenya, and nakujanga oftenly. Lakini I am a diaspora in a way because due to work. But there's a time we had said zero remittance kwanza tuharibu economy kidogo. And at that time even my mom was like, akiniitisha kitu hakuna, situmi, tumia yenye iko huko. But it has come to a point where we do this economic sabotage, and that's why I was so happy about, even though I know it affect watu kidogo, about like Monday, the maandamano, where people just said, nah, we're not moving. Na hakuna kitu, acha tucheze ball, tujienjoy holiday, because that's how these people understand when Kenyans talk. Because if we don't talk or we don't act, they will keep on there coming to tell you stories and whatever, and buying some shipments, and wanazungusha hapo kwa hapo Indian Ocean hapo hivyo, wanazungusha kakameli fulani, wametoa mahindi hapa Kenya, wanazungusha hapo hivyo kidogo, cause kuna kabil fulani watapitisha pale parliament. Wakishapitisha hivi wanaingiza, because now here comes the remittance, the supplementary budget. Oh, we are short of maize, we are short of fertilizer, oh, we are short of whatever, so we are going to pass this supplementary budget so that to do what, and it's just them, ni wao tu unazungusha kakitu pale hivyo kidogo kidogo, ndio imeingizwa, because now we have a problem in Kenya. Hawezi jenga drainage so that we have floods. So now we need a supplementary budget to to do nothing. Ni wao tu ndio wamechukua. And some companies, proxy companies, that if you research, you find those proxy companies ni wao tu, ni hao ndio wako hapo. How do you think they make money so fast once they get into that I want to call them cartel or club of cartels? Mtu akiingia parliament hivi kidogo, unapata sasa he's a very rich man all of a sudden. It's them, because they know what is coming, they know what bill is about to be passed, they know which what will be supplemented. They go and tell their cousin, or even some of them are very audacious. They actually just register something. If your name is Martin Kamau, you say you change it to Kamau Martin. So that way you cannot be convicted in a court of law. We know them. We know what they do. That's why unapata wanapigana huko ndani, na you're not supposed to have a camera huko hivyo ndio msionekane. In that precinct of your compound ya parliament, they fight a lot because of these deals. How do you earn less than $1 million and you're giving 20 million?
It's ironical.
It's not even ironical. It's logically impossible. But you see, the thing is that they're talking to people who never look to it, and they know where to go to find the people who they know Komashamba and all that. And if you talk to someone who is hii kitu ukistakagi usema watu wameenda shule, lakini kwenda shule pia ni kitu mzuri, because when you talk to the people who has gone to school and can do these calculations, is that most of them even don't want to vote. That's the middle class and wale wenye wanafanya makazi, unajua, because they are just like, it's nonsense. Mtu tu ataenda pale hivyo aongeleshe watu hivi hivi, alipe mtu and afanye hivi na hivi and all that, and then they get back to the seat. So most of them are not even voting, for those who are what we know not logically think about it. But we are trying to tell them that it's time to really vote, and it's time to really start talking and not being quiet. Because the more you become quiet, the more your check is also being taken.
Yeah.
And I wish I had I wish ningekuwa na namba ya huyo Auditor General, nimwambia aende aka audit nini the supplementary budget. That's a very tough question. That's a very good nini umeleta topic hiyo ya supplementary. Atuambie inaendanga wapi na ilienda wapi na ilifanya nini na how much tulibakisha nini last year and the year before that, and what was carried forward, and because we are about to give another one. Valerie, wacha kunyamaza sana. Kwani nimeguza mahali pabaya?
Hapana. No.
Unanyamaza karibu nidhani unanishtaki kwa Ruto.
Ai. Mimi sasa huyo na mimi na huyo wapi na wapi? Mimi na huyo wapi na wapi? Huyo namuonea tu mbali.
Si labda mmetoka trip na yeye ya kutumia 58 billion.
Hiyo ni ya Seychelles girls, not Kenyan girls.
Kumbe umeshika, unajua kushika haraka. Nilikuwa dhani wewe ndio wa Seychelles, ulikuwa unapiga massage.
No.
Yeah, the nonsense is just way too much. Now, those billions that you use to travel, and you know, Valerie, Madam Chair, I'm squeezing you to sana. You know, nobody ever talks about million.
Nobody talks about
million.
Mm-hmm.
Million imekuwa cheap change nowadays when it comes to government.
Yeah.
Excuse me, B and T.
Yeah, exactly. Like million is just yeah.
You need cheap change kwa government. I remember I'm a millennial myself, and I remember growing up, by the way, ukisikia mtu ni millionaire, akona M, that was a huge deal. Nowadays is when you hear them talking, oh, doing in a billion. It's kind of like when they were talking about the State House being renovated. We've known State House since independence and everything. And they're talking they're not even building. They're talking about renovating, and they're talking about billions. And I was like, I was so confused. Like, wait, renovation, building, or what? Like, Valerie, be honest with our viewers and also with me. How much do you need to build your house?
I don't know. I've never built. I don't know. Maybe if you tell me.
How much is a land in somewhere like Kamulu or?
It starts from Kamulu. It starts from 400,000. Ama? I don't know. I've never
No,
gone
no,
to
you're, you're on the spot. You're on the spot. All right, 400,000. Good piece of land. How much do you think a track of Mawe could be?
hapo, labda uniambie.
I'm working with you. No, just give me an estimate of what you think. If you get wrong, kwani kuna mtu hapa tunatesa.
I think lori ya mawe
Mm-hmm.
100K. I don't know.
Lori ya mawe 100K, lori moja.
Ndio maana nimekwambia wewe useme, mi sijui hizo mambo.
Wewe pia umekuwa Ruto sasa. Nah,
50K?
way less than that anyways. Mchanga and all that. Valerie, if I gave you 2 million, with that land already, you would build a very good house. Kuna watu wanajenga manyumba with less than even a name. Depending on your proximity to the core materials.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So when you start telling me 20 billion, I'm wondering, what exactly are you trying to build? Because me, if you give me 1M or even 2M, I can bet you I'll build a very good house. But you're talking in the sense of B for boy, billions, 60 billion. And that's even a renovation. What is this thing that you're building right there? And that's renovation. I mean, the nonsensical kind of way, just throwing numbers out there, does not make any sense.
I was just I wanted to respond to what you're asking, what I'm building with that kind of mind. Maybe the Tower of Babel. I heard the other day Gachagua saying that he has turned into a Tower of Babel. Yeah. Tutaambiwa hapa hivi kesho tutajengewa mnara ifike kwa God.
At least the Tower of Babel hata ilikataa kufika huko juu ikaanguka. Anyway, zile jokes mko nazo Kenya bwana, mimi sielewi. Gava, si wa Kenya, gava. And that's why you can see people are always just either maandamano because of this, maandamano because of that, maandamano because of unga, sufuria, sijui nini, mafuta. It tells you there's something that is not happening. Amma, don't you think so?
I think so, but now it's like these leaders are acting as if they are in a different in a different planet, na si tuko planet ingine. The way they are behaving ni kama wako Pluto, si tuko Earth.
So what's the end result about it? Because unajua kuna watu wengine kama sisi tukiongea tukiwa mbali kidogo wanatuambianga ewe hata huko Kenya, ewe sasa unaongea kama nani? And they don't understand that we also have families back in Kenya. You know, some of us have kids back in Kenya. Some of us, you know, are paying that tuition. Some of us know that Monday our kids did not go to school and all that. I mean, just because you're not in Kenya does not mean you don't know what's going on. The fact that we want to know what's going on and we are following it is because our lives depends in Kenya. Just because somebody is in diaspora, you know, hiyo ndio kitu waga inanibo.
Yeah, we are facing it. We are facing it and it's not good. It's not pretty. Mambo ni mbaya. Kama nchi tunazama.
Something has to be done, Vale. Ni hiyo kitu Kenyans ndio wanaweza fanya. You see, I'll give you a history. Like somewhere like the US, at some point they went through the Civil War. And the Civil War, mostly, it was not America versus anyone. It was state versus state and against also government, to a point where they had to make laws that are really followed. The problem with Kenya is that no one follows any law. At least if you are in any point of governance, hakuna mtu ufuata hata hiyo constitution yenye tulimake. No one is following the constitution. Even the chapter 6 of the constitution, bado kuna watu wanapigana nao. Chapter 1 of the constitution, everybody is still wengine tu, as long as uko tu pale hivyo uko na kapawa kidogo, you really don't care. Even traffic rules, people don't follow. I mean, as long as you uko kwa cheo, you don't even follow the traffic rules. You pass on unapitia wrong side, umeka masiren huko, you using I don't know how many cars. I mean, do you know, like someone mtu na respect sana mtu Kibula Kibwana, ulikuwa unampata kwa barabara tu yako peke yake na kaka Prado kake ka white kamezeeka, ako kwa traffic na nyinyi na hata ujui kani yeye. People like na Joe Biden, watu wanapanda nini train go to UK, watu wanaenda parliament na mtu hata anatumia baiskeli ndio afike mapema cause kuna traffic. Hii opulence yenye mko nayo huku mpaka mtu amevaa Versace. Na tunaiona cause we know what Versace look. Angalia Soli na red, anatembea huko hivyo nayo na nini and then anatoka huko anafunga barabara mzima and everything. The opulence, sometimes I wonder, what if hawa watu wasote tu, are they gonna be like that? Wengine wanaongea man tope because wanajua wako na goons ama wako na watu wako na pesa. Ukatoa mtu kwa hapo juu ashuke chini, unajua mpanda ngazi ushuka. Most of them wakashuka hata waziongea. And that's the problem. We tumeweka pale juu and instead of public service imekuwa mheshimiwa. Kwanza kitu ya mheshimiwa inafaa kupotea. Hakuna heshima iko hapo. What is mheshimiwa? It's a public servant. let me tell you, Valerie, on an honest ground, and our listeners, on an honest ground, some of the places that we live, we don't even know who our mayor is. And even in times of campaign, we don't even see, we just see signs. Vote Truman. We don't even know who we're voting. We go and vote amendments. Wakushinda ashinde. It's not that big. Ati nilisikia mtu akisema, oh, for you to be elected in Kenya, you have to have, billions and whatever. Is the reason the hustler narrative now does not make any sense, because Valerie, on a quick question, is Ruto a hustler now, or is he
It's a dynasty. It's a dynasty. I always go back to that. I always go back to that video when Uhuru was saying, "Hasra tawara, now Hasra has tawared."
Wacha taware.
Ndo huyo sasa. Mahasla wanakipitia.
Kwani si wana nini mafuta ya taa ni ya dynasty.
Hey.
Mafuta ya taa imekuwa ya madynasty siku hizi. You know, one thing I liked about Uhuru, being honest, okay, first of all, I really, I still have unfinished business with Uhuru, but I never really liked Uhuru, but I came to realize.
Which unfinished business? I should not pop my nose into things that doesn't concern.
No, you're okay. Uhuru is not as si kama ingine. But I didn't like Uhuru's first term completely. But I never understood that it wasn't him. That for him, he was just there and he wasn't the one running the show. And that's why it came to point of nilimpata pale akisema aende Ishaweri, karibu nimpige kofi. That's the day I changed and looked at Uhuru in a different way, because personally I've known Uhuru for a while. I don't have to say too much, but I had known him and I knew he was just ukweli alikuwa napendanga happy even in his high school. I know that for a fact, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But when he was in St. Mary's, I know the whole story, but that does not make it sense that I mean, I say mi ni mtu mbaya, you know, duka anapenda happy, si anapenda happy zake. But the funny thing is that, first of all, watu wa Juangi, Uhuru never lived in State House.
So alikuwa anakaa tu Gatundu?
Sorry?
Alikuwa anakaa Gatundu?
No. He knew what he was doing. He had there's a house behind State House where he was, and then he will show up to work at State House and then go to Arambe. But he never lived in State House. Like ile kuishi ati bedroom yake State House haijawahi kuwa. Even Moi used to be in Olympics.
Huyu wa saa hii amemodernize huko.
Si ana si
Fikiria.
ndio mimi kwa namna hii bwana, naona hiyo ni kaa nyumba yake. That's an office.
Mpaka anataka kujenga madhabahu huko.
Si nasikia anajenga huko makanisa sijui nini.
Yeah.
Ndio maana mkimwambia one time anasikia ni kama mmemnyonga kwa sasa mnamfukuza kwa nyumba yake.
Ende Sugoi.
Si hata watu wa Sugoi wamesema come baby come. Ruto must come. Moi never lived in State House. Moi alikuwa anaishi Olympics, Kibera. Uhuru alikuwa anaishi kuna kanyumba tu hapo hivyo nyuma ya State House, alikuwa ameweka hapo. Yeye alikuwa tu anatokea tu State House ofisi. Kibaki, hata sijui Kibaki alikuwa I think Kibaki did really live in State House, but yeye hakuwa anashinda huko, yeye alikuwa anashinda Harambee House kwa ofisi. Kwanza hata hii Harambee House, huyu jamaa hii kanyaga sijui kata anafikanga huko.
Huyu ametoka Baku, nakwambia bro has not rested. Leo amekuwa huko Mombasa akiongea huko. Mpaka niko like, kwani at what time does this guy rest or sit in office? Really?
I don't even
Ametoka
know
Baku,
if this
leo
guy
ako
knows.
Mombasa.
Sorry.
Continue.
I don't even know if this guy knows where his office is or kama choo ya ofisi yake kule iko. No, on an honest ground, I've never seen. Have you ever seen a presser with him? I mean, him doing a presser outside his office in Harambee House or at Harambee House? Have you ever seen?
Nah, ako tu, yeah.
No wonder aliitwa tangatanga na Uhuru.
Sometimes when you just think of this government, you can wake up in the middle of the night and click, then you go back to sleep.
And then the other stupidest thing that I'm sorry, forgive me for talking like that. My apologies. You hear people talking, oh, ati, you guys are really fighting him because he's a Kalenjin.
That is because they don't have another way of defending him. So they have to think that everyone who is talking ill about this guy is tribal. I actually had a video of Matiang'i speaking about it. It's just that he said that they have failed to do their work, and then they think anyone attacking Ruto is because of their tribal affiliation.
If you have it, Ebu play it, because I'm sick and tired of these people saying that people are fighting him because he's a Kalenjin. Kwani Kalenjins have to be in power or in leadership, not power, leadership. They don't, in any way, what leadership are they doing? In fact, even this Kikuyu, personally, I normally say I have both affiliation of a Kalenjin and a Kikuyu, but I always tell them, maybe it's about time you guys just stay, get out of it, let other people lead.
It's okay, everyone. I could.
Hiyo video ya Matiang'i, let me play it so that you listen. Alikuwa anasema nini?
You know, I kept hoping that I will see an end to, what I normally call nonsensical are in a crisis. And then let me be very frank about this. As someone who has had the privilege and the blessing of working in the public sector before and serving our country, I understand government very well. I can read what's going on. I can tell Kenyans very sincerely, we are walking down to a crisis. Not just because we have, of course, because we have an incompetent government, but because in addition to that incompetence, we have mismanaged the country and every avenue of engagement in a spectacular and historic manner. So, I would like to urge our leaders, take time now to address the challenges we face, or at least show a sense of understanding and respect for the public by attempting a conversation on the challenges that we face. Not on the kind of garbage that we keep spewing every day and so on and so forth. The challenges we face in this country have nothing to do with it at all. So you cannot say, huwezi kusema hii shida imeletwa na Wakikuyu, ama hii shida imeletwa na Wakamba, ama imeletwa na akina fulani. Hiyo ni tabia ya mtu ambaye ameshindwa kufanya kazi, kwa sababu mahali
Umesikia Mkenya? Hiyo ni tabia ya mtu ambaye amefanya nini?
Exactly my point. And that's why mimi napenda Matiang'i because Matiang'i and Sifuna, mimi, I feel those guys really bring sense to people who want to have sense. Away from politics. Because sometimes I don't think they speak politics for them. I think mainly Luatoko politicians. I think for them, in my mind, those are guys who speak realistically and everything that needs to be spoken about with no politics. Unajua ukiambiwa zima hiyo kitu kama nyongi ya jana, it's true. Why are you throwing tear gas on people who are not doing anything? When you listen to Matiang'i saying hii kitu si ya Wakale ama ya Wakikuyu ama ya nini, it's just logic. It's true. Hizi zingine ukuja sasa utuambie barabara oye. I mean, now who's realistic in this thing? Valerie, my sister, who's realistic between the two? And wenye wanasema barabara oi, na wengine wanatuambia tutajaza, hata tukishindwa tutajaza.
Yeah, I heard Oscar Sudi saying kura zisipotosha watajaza.
So who's logic? I mean, where's the logic? Yani tukifika kwa siasa tulipoteza akili hivyo.
Ni mbaya. Now that's where we are.
Mwingine hapa Cheruiyot anatuambia hapa sijui wataleta sijui ati watu sijui 7. First of all, the constitution inafaa nani Ruto anafaa kutoka 2026 according to the constitution written in broad, I mean zimeandikwa hapo hivyo. The first, I mean the last 5, I wish I had it on me. Yani mimi nilishinda kufanya hiyo kitu na bado tuko kwa koti na hiyo kitu. Because Ruto should not be to 2027, it should be 2026.
Yeah. I think Kenyans have lost their patience. They are saying kufika kwa ballot ni mbali, and I'm one of them.
Okay, now tell me the essence of this. What did your phone do for you that you cannot go with it into the ballot place?
Nothing. I just heard IBC saying if you found with a phone taking maybe a picture of whatever and whatever, you will go to jail or pay. Is it a fine of 100 shilling? 100K?
No, million.
That is so nonsensical.
You cannot have your phone in a polling station.
IBC wameamua pia hao wanatafuta a way of getting money from Kenyans. Yaani hawajatosheka na mwenye aliwatuma yenye aliwapea, wanataka mpaka kuchukua kwa Wakenya.
Tell me why I cannot go to a polling station with my phone.
Because you will be fined.
Can I go with, and by this sasa naanza kuwa sarcastic kidogo cause then tuko wawili. I'm being sarcastic here. Can I go with my phone to Starbucks or ni wapi? I'm trying to look for something good. Can I go with my phone to Uchumi?
Yeah.
Can I record anything that I want to do in Uchumi?
Yeah. Huh?
Can I record with my phone in a matatu ya kutoka Ronga naenda Tao?
Yeah, you can.
How many people in that matatu?
14.
Try
And
Activia Derma for that daughter with pure hyaluron and vitamin C.
oh, sorry, nilikuwa dhani unacheza video, but unacheza kitu, lakini if I can record in a matatu and I go with my phone to a polling station, what is this problem that I have to that I cannot go to a polling station with my phone?
They know their plans and they know what they have planned. They can't come forward and tell us the measures that they have taken to make sure that the things that have been going on in election doesn't repeat themselves, but they can come and tell us about not going with phones to the polling station. They can't tell us what they are doing to make the votes transparent and whatever, but they can come and tell us what not to do.
So lest we fall into their own cocoons, own field, lest we don't fall into their field. Why are we accepting that this is a law that you cannot go to do that? Because I think that's where they really is this a law that needs to be accepted in our country at this time and age?
No.
Because we complain, but we are not looking at this essence of everything. Yeah. Mimi unataka sasa, kwa hivyo unaniambia simu yangu siwezi enda nayo mahali na nenanga nao mpaka kwa bank.
Yeah.
What is so important about this election? See, I'm just going to sign a paper to make an XXXXX. And then I stand outside. Nisimame kando, niangalie. I'm recording you, so what? Why don't you want to be recorded? Kwa hivyo unataka tukue tukiacha masimu tukifika hiyo siku tukue tukiacha masimu nyumbani?
And I think those are some of the conversations that Kenyans should be bringing up and ask the IEBC about these things. And tell them that we have asked for this. You have not talked about this, but you're just telling us not to do this. Because they can clearly show us that they have already cooked their meal. They have already prepared everything, so we shouldn't interfere with anything that they have already cooked.
Valerie,
Usikuje
let me
kufunua sufuria, usikuje kufunua sufuria uone nimepika nini. Mimi wewe jua mimi nimepika.
Well, Valerie, I don't know where you bank, but I am just gonna assume and put it as a case study. But with all due respect, people on the channel and people listening us and whoever gonna listen to us, I'm not saying that Valerie banks at KCB, but I'm just gonna use something as an example. Valerie, if you walk into KCB and you're holding your phone and you're recording anything in public, who's gonna stop you? And before you answer me, which is the most creative thing in your life other than your financials?
Nobody's is going to stop me.
But what's the most creative thing in your life other than your financials?
Si nini?
No, usiende huko, usiende personal sana hivyo, lakini nasema tu, lakini publicly, no publicly, lakini si pesa yako ni yako.
Yeah.
It's very secretive, right?
Yep.
Na hakuna mtu anakunyima kwenda kurekod ukiwa tuko unaenda tuko kufanya your financial bills.
Yeah, because
Sasa
that's yeah.
sasa hii ya kura ni nini that is so secretive that hata ufai kuenda na simu, na hakuna mtu KCB anakunyima kuenda na simu.
Hiyo ndio maswali Kenyans wanafaa kuwa wanajiuliza saa hii.
You get it?
I get it.
Thank you, mom. Mwenye hajapata imempita. But it's factual. Ama tumedanganya?
No, we haven't.
Sasa mimi unaniambia nisiende kwa poli yai. Actually hiyo ilinifanya nitake kuja kuvotia Kenya badala ya kwenda Washington. We, siko Washington. Niko Kenya. Nataka kuja kuvotia nivotie hapo hivyo Ukambani. Ndio mtu ajaribu kuniambia siwezi chukua simu yangu kwenda kuvote. Unataka niache wapi? Niache iibiwe?
Pata kuitisha faini
ya $1,000,000. Hiyo watangoja mpaka nikufe. But I know you get the point. And also our listeners get the point. It's a sarcastic kind of way of speaking. And I like doing that a lot. Ndio mwerevu apate, mwenye si mwerevu asipate. Maisha ni ile ile.
Yeah. So haukuji kuvote, unavotia tu kule kule.
No, this time nataka kuja. No, this time nataka tear gas.
Ndio usherekea on ground eh?
Nimesikia tear gas imechangiwa flavor.
Kwani zinakuwa na
ilikuwa ya kitunguza, round hii nasikia imewekwa ndimu. Nataka kuja kutestia ndimu kidogo. But they do know, Valerie, I was in Kenya the day, and I was part of that maandamano, the 24th one.
The one that people were killed.
The 24th one of 2024, 2024, yeah. Yeah. Nilikuwa ndani. Tulikuwa huko. Yeah, actually nilikuwa hapo Holy Family Basilica, si ndo tulikuwa tunatokea na huko.
When they went to parliament.
That's the one I'm talking about. Yes, nilikuwa. Lakini sikufika parliament. Tulienda kufika mahali tukarudishwa mbio bwana. Hapo Holy Family Basilica.
Kuingia parliament kula lunch.
Wenye walikula nilikuwa na chuki nao. Ni venye tu walitokea hii side ingine na mimi nilikuwa nimetrade. Sisi tulikuwa tumetokea another route. But the essence of it is that and for those who are listening to us, even some of us that live in the diaspora, we really don't like living in the diaspora, like me, like I told you, my kid lives in Kenya. I mean, she relocated to Kenya. She didn't go to school on Monday and Tuesday because of this nonsense. It really hurts. Me, I'm a very apolitical person, and because I've lived that my whole life, I hate when I see this nonsense that is happening in Kenya, and how I wish a lot of other people can actually stand up, because at times, yes, I'm far away and it really hurts to see this nonsense, because we can see that nonsense even when we are far. And the problem is that I'll just say it here so that people can understand. Valerie, allow me. People like Kina Omosh, Gaucho, Kimbi, and I can count you other names. People on Bunge la Mwananchi. We are the ones that really got them where they are. They used to talk to us. They used to come and talk to us. This channel that you have right now, they used to come and everything. And you can go and ask around. And some of them, kwanza zile manguo wanavaanga na ama walikuwa wanavaa lately, we are the ones that actually really supported them to a point wakajulikana. But then wakifika huko mbele wanaibiwa. Unasikia mwingine akisema 2 term. Yet we started with them here years ago. And it really hurts so much that to a point Gaucho alinipigia the other day and I just couldn't receive his phone. Because they get famous kidogo wanapotea. They forget what the diaspora is doing or has done for them because they're handed something. I won't lie. Gaucho, there's a time he called me. He used to be my friend. I don't talk to him anymore. I'm not saying that he's not my friend, but I just can't pull myself to talk to him. This time he was given 50 million. He called me, should I take it? I said no. Serve your name. Eventually, aliingia box. But it's because sometimes when it comes to these channels and where we came from, we are not here to we are serious when we come here. Most of the people in these channels, especially the diasporas, you have to understand them or understand us. It is because we don't even like living in the diaspora. So we think somebody is doing good, kidogo kidogo anarambishwa, anakura. And it's something that people need to understand. Valerie, thank you for opening this channel today and letting me nijiangushe. Najua nitagongwa hii gini hata ikikuja ya Njiru. But it's just people need to understand that people are on a serious business. People are, mkiambiwa ati huko hivi mnakuja mnaambiwa oh tuko na makazi huko nje, oh sijui we've done 500 million, na ni uongo. Jobs out there, sijui nini nini, we are sending people. Remember where you been sent. Why not in your own country? Yet your own country is one of the richest countries in Africa. Third, number 3. Why not bring those jobs there? Why are you telling people that, oh, we are going to send you to UAE? Then in UAE, you go out there and then you find our ladies and our sisters being, kwanza ukifika hivi unaambiwa US, I mean, passport inachukuliwa. And they are dying out there. Then there becomes a scandal, and then there comes around somebody who's going to tell you that, no, hiyo ilikuwa hivi na story imeisha. Think about why your auntie is being sent out there. Why your sister is being sent out there. Why is your cousin being sent out there? Why not in your own country? You find people who are dying and being buried away from home in cemeteries. You know, Kenya, we don't bury people in cemeteries unless you didn't have any, you know, I mean, in circumstances, it does happen. I don't want to go into that, but mostly we don't do cemeteries. And you have a president saying, I have a lot of people good. He's not even going to be buried in a cemetery or, you know, outside the country. And these are some of the things that people do not want to talk about. It's very sad. And that's why the diasporas are actually fighting this government, because for them, they are focused on, ukitoa jogo ya ushago ilete mjini haijui kujishikilia. Ruto is a nonsense. And this government is also the same nonsense. And a lot of people are sick and tired of this nonsense called Ruto government. He should have never even gotten close to that seat. Uhuru was way better because he was not. He hakuwa na ile kitu ya, you know, he was not hungry of anything. For him, yeah, he was born in a good family, na alikuwa na pesa na huko. Hii ng'ombe is the hunger is too much. Man, he wants everything. He wants kila kitu. Mkora. He just wants everything. At the same time, he's just messing up our country and a progressive country that actually was an East African hub. Right now, we are not. We're starting to fall down. And it really hurts. Like someone is scared about their kids when they're out here. Some of us, we're scared of coming back because we speak out loud. I'm happy that the police nowadays are starting to really understand it and not follow some stupid orders. Like the OCS of Nairobi, kudos to him. The one that was taken to Langata was arrested because of releasing people who had never even done anything. Innocent Kenyans just being taken. And the funny thing that I found is that some of these police will arrest you and they don't even show up to the court. To the court if you're going to be taken to court. It's just a holding cell. It's not you're just there. They will never come to make that case. So karao tu akikushika tu ati unafaa tu uende. Go where? Are you going to show up to court? They don't even show up to court. Wanakutupa tu uko tu ati tu ni mahali tuende ufungwe tu kaya hapo. And then they don't even go to court. You probably don't even end up in that court. Or if you end up, they are not coming in to say why they arrested you. Anaweza kuangalia tu hivi aone wewe ni unaka sikupendi, akuchukue akupeleke huko, alafu yeye ameenda. Kwanza hata una namba yake ya badge, namba yake nini, akuje kwa koti mwenyewe kusema. Sasa unaenda huko alafu unawekelewa mashtaka zingine hata huko. There's no problem of anyone walking with a flag. Yeah, sorry. Ulikuwa unasema kitu va?
No. I'm just listening to you.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, ma'am. It's so nonsensical that I think at some point, if we get a good leader, every police that arrests you need to come to court. You cannot have 65 people. What happened on Monday? 65 people in court. Babu Owino is out there being their lawyer. And there's no police. The arresting officer is not there. Specifically to say, I arrested Geshoga, whatever, name. Wamudendo Nani. Yep, I arrested him for this case and something. Kazi ni kuweka watu tu wende uwatupe kwa karumu kama mambuzi. There has to be the rule of law has reversed itself to where the government is the lawless one. They don't follow the rule of law, but the citizenry is following the rule of law. It's a reverse thing. And that's the reason we still hear this thing of goonism. On police cars. and they're never arrested. I mean, have we ever had one goon that has been arrested or one goon that has actually been put in front of a judge? Then
No,
you,
never.
huh?
I've never heard.
Thank you, ma'am. But then how many innocent citizens have we had? You hear me?
Yeah, a lot of innocent citizens have been arrested. A lot of them. The ones that hakuna proper evidence, and then you find the ones like people who killed Rex Masai, the one that they have evidence, they can see the cameras, they can see the face of the person, but they end up just they're just free out here walking.
And that's the nonsense that I'm saying. Like looking at it from outside, a little bit, it's frustrating because if you cannot find the killer of Rex Masai, some of them that we've seen their faces, to a point that we started even saying that this riot police needs to stop covering their faces because we want to see you. If you're going to kill someone, kill them when we are seeing you. And all these government operatives needs to stop messing with our phones. They never bought us our smartphones. We buy our own smartphones. We can do whatever we want to do with it. And quit telling us that, no, you can't. What can we do as long as we are not breaking the law? We know the Constitution. If the Constitution is not there, stop. Constitutionally, we are okay to do what we want to do as long as we remain at the confines of the law. They are going against the Constitution of our country, and they're not having any repercussions. Mimi hapo ndo niko na shida kabisa, because then why do we have a constitution, my dear sister? Isn't it to be followed, and is it made for common mwananchi? Are we not people? Are we cockroaches? We are not cockroaches. We are human beings. And kudos to the police officers that are starting to say, okay, enough is enough. We're not going to do it. I'm sorry. Especially that OCS, kudos to him. Yani, I'm so grateful that we had an OCS who can take people out of jail because they were jailed for no good reason. In fact, hata kwanza kuna kitu nasemanga, my sister. In fact, hii kitu ya timu sako, ati usiku, you're not supposed to walk in your country at night. Unapatikana na polisi huko usiku na nini zao, wanakupiga kofi, wanakuingiza kwa jela. Who said we cannot? Where is the constitutional? Constitution inasema wapi mtu afai kutembea usiku? Ati wanakuambia vitu. They used to tell us umbwa polisi na mwizi ndio wanatembeanga usiku. Who said I cannot walk in? Siwezi amka tu usiku nisikie tu kutembea kupiga ka walk, especially in Eastlands area. Who said so? Where is it in the Constitution? Do you know there's a lot of people wako committee that really hawafai kuata kwa huko? And even the arresting police never attended that court. Because if we start making those police people attend the court for your conviction, then wataanza kutii. I don't know what you think, sis. Kabla tumalize, I know you're about to go.
I'm not about to go. I'm here to stay.
Oh, you're still here. Nilikuwa unajua ulizima kamera nikajua wewe unaenda. And you know mimi naongea niki. Oh,
I was warming some food.
bora
But
si
I
movie.
think I have like 43, let me say 43 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, 43 minutes. I have 43 minutes.
Alright. Unajua sitaki kuwa dominating hapo hivi, so I think I've said my thing. I want you to say something about what I just said because it's really pertinent kwangu. Ni kitu inaniuma sana. Cause nishaichapwa kibare pale Nakuru bwana. Natoka kwa mahali tumeenda tu, tulikuwa tunafanya vitu zetu, sisemi ni nini. Natoka ni usiku, naenda kuingia kwa hoteli, nimelipa hoteli bwana, nilichapwa kibare huko hivyo, nikaingizwa kwa hizo magari zao until they knew who I was, lakini already nilikuwa nishang'oka 12k, unajua, to get rid. And hizo ni vitu zingine zinaniumanga sana, but once they knew ule nilikuwa, ndio mtu anakwambia pole 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 baba, hatukuwa tunajua. I mean, is that the country that we want?
There was my friend who was okay, was it in December or which month? There was just a month in Kenya where these police were all over. They were just arresting people unnecessarily. Ulikuwa unapata wanakaa na boda kwa stage hadi wanavaa reflector pretending to be boda. So mtu anakuja anakuuliza uko na hii, kama uko na everything, they just look for makosa yoyote, then they bandikia you, wanakuambia uwape pesa fulani. You just go there, you think this is a boda, amevaa reflector kabisa imeandikwa county government of whatever, penye boda anatoka. Kumbe it's not a boda, it's them. Then there was another friend of mine who was arrested, then they wanamuitisha 15k, wanamwambia hebu harakisha tunatafuta pesa ya campaign. Then I was like, what do you mean? Yeah, that is who they have become.
And it really, ndio nasema manzi, hiyo kitu inauma sana because mimi sijui, hiyo kitu waga inaniuma sana kabisa, like saa zingine mwingine anajificha hivi hizo ma reflectors zenye unasema mtu amekaa hivi and I do get, unajua mi because I grew up in Kenya kabisa, na mi ni mtu ya Islando na nini, you know, but I know how to get my ways out of it. Lakini mi hujiuliza na mtu mwenye ajui venye ya kuongea na karao ama nini, mtu amejificha pale hivyo anakaa ni kama tu mtu kawaida, and then anakuja sasa ndio anasema mimi kuja Pete, ingia hapa, na hata asemi akwambii yeye ni karao, akuoneshi idea nini and all that. It's just that mi nakwanga kichwa ngumu in that side, tutakimbizana na tutasumbuana because of maybe niko na bahati kuliko watu wengine in a certain way, thank God, lakini is it necessary?
It isn't. I can see Eli ametujoin hapa kwa studio.
Oh, thank you. Eli ni mtu anaelewa hii maneno bwana. It's good at least tusikue wawili tu, tumekuwa monotonous. Eli, good to see you.
And I enjoyed your narrative there because the spectacle of our police, is out. I think it's out of colonial experience, yeah. And I think that every time we have tried to improve that, it's just 3 steps back, from trying to improve the police force, and it just gets worse. I can just tell you an experience I had in 2004 when I accosted a police officer and a couple of, back then they were called the city kanjo, the askaris from city council. And they decided to literally lift this woman and her baby. Najua vile hawa mama mboga wa mama mboga wako na watoto wao hapo wamewabeba, alafu yeye pia anajaribu kuuza vitu. They threw that woman with the baby was okay, but they pushed her into a lorry, and I started protesting against this. Stupid me, because I had come with a few friends who were not from Kenya, and I was trying to show them, what we go through. So, give me 2 seconds, guys. So I protested against this thing, and a couple of plainclothes city kanjo and the police, they followed me. They frog marched me into the lorry, and there was this notorious city council officer called Nyakoi. So sijui kama mnamjua.
No.
Nyakoi is dead actually. He died a very miserable death. But Nyakoi was one of the most notorious city council officers ever that Nairobi has ever had. At that time, there was the mayor of Nairobi, I think it was called Joe Akech. So Joe Akech had appointed officers from his backyard, wherever he came from. And Nairobi was a terrifying place at the time of Joe Akech. Remember, Mwai Kibaki had just taken over. But Nairobi's city council, it ran itself, it had its own law. They were ruthless. Wakanieka kwa lori. Hao watu walinitwanga kabisa. Ati you have come from, they looked at the IDs that I had. Ati now you have come from abroad, you think you can bring us nonsense. Walinitwanga kwa hiyo lori. And in fact, the police they are juniors. The city council were more ruthless. And what happened to me that day, I think is symptomatic of what happens to Kenyans, even now in general. But I fought tooth and nail. There were people there in the lorry who had just been arrested for spitting. Can you imagine? For spitting on the streets. And the standard practice, Valerie and Kenyan Mkora, for these corrupt officers, when they drive people in these lorries, what they used to do was, wanakuangaisha, wewe ushaingia kwa hiyo lorry, they will put you in that truck, they will drive you around for hours, and then they will drop you off somewhere, or they will take you to Kamukunji, is where I ended up, in Kamukunji. So there you march in, and I was demanding to be logged in with a crime description of what I had done. I said, you need to accuse me of something before you put me in custody. I had a few slaps there, alafu they told me, we ingia pale. Luckily, in that cell in Kamukunji Post, there was a gentleman there who had a mobile phone, and I remembered the numbers to call. And the people I phoned in order to know where I was. But to cut the long story short, I remember they drove us into that, they put us in the cell, and then when they were releasing us, because they could not charge us of anything, all the people who were in that cell, by the way, were released. They put us back in a lorry, and then they left us in the middle of nowhere. We had to find our way in the city center, because at the time I was staying in Nairobi for a short time. That experience, unfortunately, is what is going on even today in Nairobi. Sometimes I think Nairobi has been overrated, you know, as a place to be, and as a place that we can look up to, or even as a place that we can criticize in order to change things. It's yani, because it is such a colonized place. Anything that happens in Nairobi in terms of injustice is always something that reminds you of what our ancestors went through. It is so neo-colonial that I agree with you that if we could find some leader, I don't know who can change that city, and then that means that other cities of Kenya will follow suit. It's just a matter of Kenyans deciding that they've had enough. So this police officer that we are talking about, Central Police, the OCS, you know,
Yeah.
yes. By the way, these people, they're not 100% innocent. And I don't blame them. It's because, number one, they're paid peanuts. And number two, the government, all the governments we have heard, have literally created a wedge between us and them. It's an us and it's like it's a divide where the police are seen as the enemy, only because of the way the police have been mistreated. But also the police have not been trained properly to handle humans as human beings. Okay? But am I saying that other countries are perfect? No. Because I can give you an example. Right now, across the border from where we're at is the Republic of Ireland. And this past week, an African man from the Congo who has lived in Dublin City for over 30 years was done what they did to George Floyd, you know, a few years ago. In fact, it is just another 5-6 days before the anniversary of George Floyd's death. This Congolese man was, they did the worst restraint on this man on the streets of Dublin. This man was basically treated like an animal. If you check on YouTube or you Google Congolese man murdered in Dublin City this week, and you see the way the security guards, you know, literally murdered this man, and it was heavy-handed. So sometimes we think that this is only a problem that affects our continent of Africa. It does, yes, in a big way, because for us, we behave as if we're used to it. and then we move on so quickly. But I think that what we're left with is to get someone. I'm not a fan of Fred Matiang'i at all. The day Fred Matiang'i will tell Kenyans what he did during Uhuru's term, the things that happened under his leadership as a security minister, that we need to know if he has to face justice. But if this same Matiang'i is a clean person, that these were just rumors or fictions created by the press, then we need to know, because I think that when I look at the list of people who are eyeing the leadership of Kenya, who can say, I don't want this nonsense, this has to stop. Honestly, it's Fred Matiang'i. So we would be looking at the least worst candidates.
Can I say something, bro?
Go ahead.
Not to mess your chain of thought. I share the same opinion with you, and that's one thing that I've had a problem of telling people. I think Matiang'i can be a very good president. He's straight to the point, but he has also to tell us what exactly he had done to other people and what he did. And that's why I kind of come back to Sifuna to say that maybe Sifuna can deputize him if they can agree. The rest, I don't know. And so I don't know what you want to say about that. But yes, I agree. I have my own preference. I mean, a little bit of an ish when it comes to that, in the way you said it. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you, my brother. And also, for me, it's not because Fred Matiang'i comes from Nyanza. No. We know the divisions we have in our Nyanza. And when we have a leader such as Fred Matiang'i, who has promised that he will stop this nonsense that we are currently facing in the country, and he has said, yes, he knows the security system very well. He's not perfect, he's not innocent. We know that the Americans love him. They think that he's the best thing since sliced bread, that when he takes power, it can go whichever way the Bretton Woods organizations, the financial superpowers decide. But we've been saying that about every Kenyan or African leader. You know, we've been saying things like that. Yesterday, I listened to Alex, and Alex said something quite important yesterday. He said that when we were rallying for Raila Odinga and Martha Karua, and previously Raila Odinga and Kalonzo Musyoka, we chose to do the popular debate. We were saying things like, Uhuru ni mlevi, sijui anapiga bangi. You know, we said all those things. Meanwhile, these guys were busy planning how to rig the elections. We used the moral debate. And I heard our brother there, Alex, saying yesterday that what Gachagua can do, because Gachagua is a powerful force. He has so much knowledge of what is happening. But if he decides that every single day, all he's going to tell us that William Ruto is getting massage, a 5-mile high massage, and an airplane, we'll be asking similar questions. Kwani, our opposition people, they don't do things like that. What is this? Us, we want someone who can bring change. We don't want gossip, because we've tried it before in our campaigns of the past, and it did not work. As simple as that. But thank you for this submission that you just made there, both of you. Thank you. I enjoyed it.
But Ellie, before you leave, huh? Ellie,
Yes, I'm here, bro.
yeah, and Madam Chair, please let me just converse with Ellie a little bit, because we've come a long way to get here. Ellie, you remember the time that Gashago was being impeached? You were there with us on the other channel, and you remember us saying that we actually want him to be impeached so he can tell us what happens out there, in there. You have to get an insider. My question to you is that at the end of your submission there, I felt like you were discrediting Gachagua a little bit. Now, I'm not a fan of Gachagua, and I've never been a fan of Gachagua. I mean, to the point that he tells us what is actually out there. And, he's been in the government. And one thing I believe, and you can discredit me if you want to, is that I always feel Gachagua, so many discredited people in the government really go to Gachagua because he has the mouth. Remember, we used to say, give him the mic. This is about 2 years ago when he got impeached, where we were like, yeah, it's okay, let him get impeached, but give him the mic. So I believe he has too many reports that he's been given by the people in the government and people who are people who are not they're in the government, yes, but they're disgruntled to be in the government. And so my take, and like I said, you can discredit me. My take is to let Gachagua keep on talking, because I believe he's giving us what many people would not give us. So I don't know what you think about that. I hope I made my point, or I drove my point home. I know I'd like to run around the bush, but I hope you understand what I'm trying to say or ask, that I think Gachagua should be just given the mic and just let him talk.
True. I watched Lydia Olet. Lydia Olet is an events organizer, a good friend of mine. She's based in London, and she does this thing called Kenyans in the Park. She started just like as an amateur events organizer and has really inspired Kenyans. And in fact, what I've seen of Lydia is to market Kenya even at its worst time. So I saw the interview that she did, and I watched it that she did with Gachagua yesterday. And I think Gachagua did not mince his words, but some of the things he said yesterday was that Gachagua he cannot compare himself with Raila Odinga. He cannot compare himself with Kalonzo or Uhuru. Everyone is different, in their unique ways. And there's no competition between Gachagua and the late Raila Odinga. I think that everyone is just unique. But he said something yesterday that he is much more of a powerful force in comparison to Raila Odinga, and that the things he has done, Raila would never have done. Do you know what? For the shortest time, he has done a lot that Mr. Odinga did not even attempt to do in terms of public speaking, without fearing what the colonialists used to call the Official Secrets Act, or the D notices. This was people like cabinet ministers or people who have been in powerful positions under this anglicized colonial system. You had to wait for someone to die. And then after 30 years is when the secrets of the cabinet were released. Gachagua doesn't take those things were there in the pre-2013 constitution, But I think even without it's not a written law now, but they're still there. There are things that these people cannot say who have served in powerful offices like what Gachagua did. But I can say this for free, that Gachagua is probably the only government minister, / deputy president who has ever, breached those official notices, that came from the colonial system that we still have now. Which is why he is able to say that he has spoken more than Raila Odinga has ever done in the shortest time possible. But I think it was wrong for him to compare himself with, number one, person who is already dead, number two, a person who is just unique in his own way, as Gachagua is. And sometimes people just belittle Gachagua by saying this guy was only a DO. There's nothing else he ever did. You see, but to be honest, I think if Gachagua took a better route of this campaign, I hope that he has good advisors and that he listens to them. Because at the moment when I see the way he's making people speculate about the things he's saying, and he's making people dampen his rhetoric. Look at that Dennis Itumbi, what he did to Gachagua yesterday. And I'm one of the least inspired people by this kind of daily, or this one did this one this, the other. No, but I have been watching just to see where we're at. Who is the person who is going to lead the opposition? Yesterday, Dennis Itumbi, or was it today, he took the podium, and you can see the way he scandalized Gachagua and made Gachagua look like a small boy. He accused Gachagua that you used to even beat me. You used to physically assault me in the office. This is Dennis Itumbi was saying in response to the things Gachagua said about Dennis Itumbi. Why would a former deputy president who was impeached waste time talking about the likes of Dennis Itumbi? To be honest, I think that the people who are Gachagua's handlers, they're backing the wrong tree in terms of doing that, because I think that Gachagua has energy and resource that can be used properly. I am not saying that Gachagua should stop talking to Wananchi. I am saying that they need to do a better strategy so that people, right now, people in the rural areas where we come from, they don't know this man. Gachagua has refused to come to Nyanza. He has been told by some people, I don't know who, that if he comes to Nyanza, he will be lynched. If he goes to Nyanza, he'll go to Kisii. And this gives a bad report or feedback to the rest of Nyanza. He's a Kenyan leader. He's able to go to Nyanza. Yes, he told us after he was impeached that there was a scheme to poison him at the hotel in Kisumu when Ruto was doing a trip there, and Gachagua's handlers, they found out that they wanted to get rid of Gachagua through poisoning, and there is a paranoid Gachagua because of what happened to him in Kisumu. But Kisumu is part of Kenya, and I think that Gachagua should not only concentrate on other parts of Kenya, he should go to so many places, not just Nyanza, many other places. But everywhere he has gone, he's refusing to go to Nyanza. I do not understand why. I think Gachagua.
Let me ask you a question. You remember Sifuna the other day talking, saying that, hey, where Matiangi, even you hit me with tear gas, and talking about everybody else that they went against with. Now, coming back to Nyanza, you remember when they were being told to come to, that they're not going to step a foot in Nyanza. Ameenda. Jesus Christ, nilikuwa nataka kumuuliza swali lingine mzuri hapa hivi, lakini
Maybe
si, lakini maybe atanisikiza, maybe atarudi. Unakumbuka wakiambiwa msijaribu kukanyaga Kisumu, Kataumani, and they had to make some moves, mwingine anatokea huko, mwingine anatokea na huko. I mean, nilikuwa nataka kumuuliza, akirudi maybe utaniulizia. Bado nitakuwa hapa, lakini maybe utaniulizia. Kuna kitu na hii Kisumu na hiyo saidi ya Nyanza tu inakuanga tu na ukorofi. So and it's something that we've known hata tukiwa dogo, you know. Politically there's always something there. So ukiambiwa utagongwa, unaenda kujiingiza. Ni venye tu kina Sifuna hao wanajua kujipanga, lakini sasa hii yake yenye anasema ya Gachagua, unataka jianike. Lakini vitu zenye anasema, mimi Gachagua, mi nasemanga mpatieni mic, na nitarudia tena, mpatieni mic. Lakini hawezi jianika tu cause hana backup. Atafika huko hivyo ikuwe maneno, which I feel is just so backward, because as a Kenyan I should be able to go anywhere. Siwezi kuwa ati sasa niko kwa hii channel because naongeanga vibaya juu ya serikali ati niambiwe siwezi enda kwa kina Ruto. You know, that's the backwardness. Hiyo ndio niko very against with. Enda useme maneno yako na ukimaliza uende. Ama unaonaje sini?
Actually, have you seen that interview jana Gachagua? There was a question that he was asked. Aliulizwa, how different is he from other politicians? Sijui nikuwekea uone venye alisema au
Hebu niekee cause tukingoja Eli tuone kama Eli kama nini, kama atarudi na kama kuna mtu mwingine ataingia.
ndio mtu mwingine anatokea.
It's a very permanent question
Tuko na 20 minutes.
Na siuingize watu.
Hakuna mtu ana nini hapa stage ana request kuingia. Ni wewe tu na Eli, alafu nilikuwa na msimamo at some point, nikakuwa na Mama Mary.
Na mbona hukuwaingiza? Na hao ndio wenyeji kabisa.
Walikuwa before ukuje, they talked.
Eka link, watu wakuje, we talk about this. Hii kitu bwana.
The link is here already. Acha ni play hiyo video.
Okay.
With the diaspora people, and we agreeing that one way or another, the administration that I intend to form when I'm elected president, or I'm part of that government, is that people from diaspora must play a critical role in our administration, in the executive, in the Senate, in the National Assembly, in the county assemblies. I am also saying it makes sense that we tap the expertise, the professional resource available in diaspora to run our embassies. If it's here in the UK, why would I go back home to look for a high commissioner? Yes. We have competent men and women with the necessary qualifications and experience who understands UK much better than anybody else coming from Kenya.
Umesikia hiyo Mkenya?
Yeah.
Ambassadors and high commissioners serve for 4 years. When you get somebody who has never been to the UK from Kenya, first 1 year they'll settle down, find school for their children, get to know a house, to know what 1 year is gone. The second year they are learning on contacts. Who are the business people here? How do you engage the British? The third year they start putting up a plan. By the time they start implementing, 4 years is gone. But if I came here to the UK,
Msikia anaongelea issue na diplomats. Kama anataka why should he send someone from Kenya aende huko, and kama kuna you people there who understands better the country and can
Ukweli ya Mungu, kama Gachagua angekuaga, I mean, kuna constitutional issues, hata singemjali, but after looking at him na kumwangalia tu vitu zenye anasema, I think inaitwaje, ushiona ule mtu mwenye tu unajua tu system, nasema system ya government, system tu ya kienyeji, like, someone who's well located where they needed to be located. Gachagua is well located where he needed to be located. Hata hizo kesi zake, I think imeanguka, kuna moja imeanguka yesterday. I think Gachagua needs to be mtu ule wa kijiji, yani that person that when mkienda mkigongana huko mnarudi huyo ndo mtu mwenye kuamua. I think he needs to be that person, because the constitution already, we have to follow the rule of the constitution. But mali yuko saizi, mimi nakubalingi kila kitu yote Gachagua anasemanga, hata mfanye nini. Mimi I take him as the truth and the truth. Lakini ushaona ule mtu Valerie, ushaona ule mtu kale kamlevi, hata ukisema mlevi, kale kamlevi kaushagu kenye kanakuambia bibi yako jana alikuwa mahali fulani. Na usipofuata hiyo kitu amekuambia, utakuja kupata ni ukweli, alisema ukweli. I have come to start really listening to Gachagua so much, nikifuatilia kabisa. He says the truth because I think alisema tu Kangura kule itaishia iishie. He doesn't care. I don't even think he cares about his case that is on in the court. I also don't think that he cares if he gets exonerated. I don't even think he cares. Huyu jamaa tu alisema tu ni kuchoma. And that's one thing that we needed in our country, because we can't have this secrecy. Hiyo ndo nilikuwa jaribu kuambia Eli. We can't have this secrecy that, you shouldn't say this, ufai kusema hivi. Kwani, are you not leading us? Why do you have to keep all these secrets? Why can't you? Nitakuwa na kuacha hapa hivi in about 2 minutes. Nitakuwa nasikiza kutoka mbali. I have a meeting that is just happening here in a few near online, but I only have like you know what, I actually need to get into it, lakini nitakuwa nawasikiza tu. I won't be, nitakuwa nasikiza, I won't talk,
but you just listen. It's okay.
Yeah, nitasikiza tu because ni a job, so nitakuwa on my earphones headphones on the other side, but nitakuwa nasikiza tu, lakini sitakuwa na comment until ishe.
Sawa. Aye.
Okay, thank you.
here for 20 years, for example. She doesn't need to look for a house. She doesn't look for a school for her children. She just get to office and start working. She knows who is who. She knows who are the manufacturers. She knows who are in agro processing. She knows who are in value addition. I would want got a situation where either between the High Commission and the Deputy, one would come from the diaspora. That's what I will do if I'm president, that I pick either the High Commissioner or the Deputy from the diaspora. And it will work out well and is a very practical thing. So these are some of the discussions that I'm having with Kenyans who live here, work here, and they are very excited. Of course, many of them have doubts because they have been cheated before. They have engaged Kenyan leaders before. The minute they are elected, they don't pick their force. They don't give them appointment. They don't bother with them. So I'm asking them to give the benefit of doubt because that's all I can do. I cannot tell them 100% that I'm better than the others. But I have a proven track record.
Yeah, so you've heard about, yeah, Gachagua is actually talking about okay, it's a diplomatic issue. He's talking about diplomats. Yeah, those diplomats who are sent from the home state to represent us in any host state in a matter of in any matter, because we always have diplomats in various categories. If it's military, if it's communication, if it's yeah, matters of economics, let me say socioeconomic and political affairs. And he just tried to break down because, okay, under the UN Charter of diplomacy, let me not go to diplomatic privileges, but he's just talking about how he can do his appointments. When it comes to appointing a diplomat, he rather prefers to take somebody who has been in diaspora and understands that environment. And I know he'll not just take someone who is just in diaspora, but he'll look at who is experienced in this department and that department in order for him to put them in those places. I don't know if you guys agree with that. Yeah, we know diplomacy requires expertise in specific areas, but I am very sure those people who live in the diaspora, they have specific things that they are specialized and are expertise in. So he was just saying that the tenure of the diplomats is like 4 years. So he's like, he feels like if someone is chosen from here directly to go there, yeah, represents the Kenyans in diaspora, it's kind of a long process to him. And he prefers taking someone who already knows everything over there and has stayed there, rather than appointing someone as a diplomat to that specific host state and he's new and yeah, all that. There's another video where he was talking about, yeah, because I have like 10 minutes to go. Where is it? Where is it? Hapa alikuwa na warn Kenyans wenye wana buy land from I think Murkomen and wherever.
This isn't just any chat, it's ClickUp chat. Sure, you can tag your team, ask questions, and even drop an emoji.
And they go to homage to Paris. The West African countries know France and President Macron more than we do. They have all abandoned him. They want nothing to do with him. He is isolated. France is isolated by the former colonies. They know France more than we do. They are saying, no, these are exploiters. These are corrupt people. They don't mean well for Africa. Go away, we don't need you. then to salvage himself from isolation, he has come to East Africa, and specifically Kenya. And we're not listening. It's only William Ruto who thinks he's anything. Kenyans know he's not. Let's start by the Noni, now Summit Road. During the reign of President Uhuru Kenyatta, the French companies entered an agreement.
Valerie,
Yes.
itabidi nitoke cause my meeting imeanza, so nikikupata back, if nikirudi I'll kick in back. Kama utakuwa umetoka, that's fine, but I have to get a work size.
Sawa.
All right, thank you. Good conversation.
Okay.
Fund Riloni to Summit to 8 lanes at a cost of 151 billion shillings. Okay. And when President William Ruto came to power, he didn't want to honor that. And he discussed with President Macron, and they discussed on how to get some money out of the whole thing, cancel the contract, and pay the French companies 7.1 billion shillings without doing anything. By simply cancel the contract and split the money halfway. 3.5 billion for President William Ruto, 3.5 billion for President Macron. We know those things. Then, how do you know this? We know because I've been around. I was deputy president. I have people in government, and I was also a civil servant for a long time. But Kenyans are shocked. Anything I say is true. You know a lot. I know because I am government. I joined government at the age of 22 when I left university. I grew.
Umesikia mzee amesema aje? Aliingia serikalini akiwa miaka 22.
The system. In every ministry, I know more than half the population that
I remember there was a time Kindiki alikuwa anasema Gachagua doesn't know politics. So I don't know what Kindiki meant. But okay, when I look at this guy, yes, as a political scientist that Gachagua is, I can see it in him. And yeah.
At a personal level. 3 names, so and so. So I am a walking information box. I have information at my fingertips. Anything, I'm ahead of William Ruto. In fact, I am briefed better than he is briefed because most times he doesn't know what's going on. Many times he hears things from me. So they decided to go to China and expand the contract, reduce the scope of the road from 8 lanes to 6 lanes, and add the amount to 200 billion. So they are stealing 50 billion with the Chinese, 7 billion with the French, 50 billion with the Chinese. There's a company called CRBC. It is actually the Chinese company that is doing corruption in Kenya. Big projects in Kenya, the Talanta Stadium, they are doing that stadium over 100 billion. Yes. They are doing Bombers of Kenya for another 50 billion. They are doing the JKIA. They have been given another contract called Nairobi Railway City at a cost of 29 billion. When there is a company that had won that tender at 22 billion shillings, and William Ruto ordered for them to be deported back to China so that they don't challenge their award. So it was given to CRBC, and they are stealing 7 billion from that contract. So this CRBC is the biggest conduit of corruption in Kenya. And I'm asking the Chinese government to consider recording those people back to China because they are the conduit of corruption, and we shall be able to prosecute them. I want to be very candid with CRBC that they will not escape, and I want to tell the government of the Republic of China, People's Republic of China, that the directors of CRBC will have to face the law for the amount of money they have stolen from the Kenyan taxpayers with the current administration. As soon as this administration is sent home, yeah, we are going to recover this money from CRBC. And again, all this money that William Ruto and his people are stealing, a new administration will recover this money, because there is no way we can have a change of government and just proceed like nothing was stolen from the people of Kenya.
Yes.
So Macron had come to Nairobi. That summit was a facade. It was a small screen. He had come to finalize the deal for the compensation of Lorival Summit Road. The Auditor General has released a report that this money has been gotten from the fuel levy against the law, against the laws of our country, because President Macron, President William Ruto are part of this deal. So they have circumvented the law to steal money from the public, to pay French companies, so that this money can benefit President Macron and President William Ruto. And I want to be very candid with the Kenyan institutions. The pension funds, NSSF, and other funds, money is being taken from NSSF to be taken to the Lorival Summit to do daily works. I want to tell all these funds, even there's an institution called unclaimed assets. That money was gotten from unclaimed assets against the law and taken to buy shares in Kenya Pipeline. I want to tell the managers of these pension funds, I want to tell the directors of all these institutions that are giving money to President William Ruto to push corruption against the law. Next year they'll have their day in court.
I like the fact that Ruto, Gachagua is always ready to face Ruto hivi, like macho kwa macho. Kalonzo huwa wanaenda like wana beat the bush to sugarcoat the words, but Gachagua yeye anaendanga tu straight to the point, and that's what I like.
And I want to be very candid, because they don't say we did not tell them. I'm telling Kenyan fund managers who are getting money meant for workers to enhance corruption in Kenya. I'm telling institutions that are against the law, that are getting money to buy prostitutes against the law. Next year in October, in November, they'll have their day in court. And they cannot escape. I'm telling the Chinese contractors who are being used by William Ruto to push corruption in Kenya, next year they'll have their day in court. That is a promise I want to give to the Kenyan people. We cannot just have change of government and just proceed like there's nothing. All the assets that have been stolen will be reclaimed and restored to the Kenyan people. We are now getting a situation where they are now even stealing private land. They are in Kiambu. There's a mzee called Bogu. His land, 248 acres, has been taken, possibly by government. And I want to tell the people who are going to buy that land, because the people in power are subdividing land taken forcibly from the people of Kenya with phony documents. I want to put
So mmesikia Rigiji amesema even if Ruto will be chased to go home, all the companies that have been involved with him will face the consequences, and him himself will also not go. Hawata inherit economy ama government yenye ilinunua, they must pay for their own things. So yeah, we started with the finance bill, we came to the budgeting, we came to all those issues affecting Kenya, and we finished with Rigathi. So I'll just like to thank all of you who participated and those who came to the show. I hope you go home and digest budget na nini of finance bill. Nimewambia deadline ya views ni lini? 25th May. So yeah, you all have a good night. It's been a long session, but hope you've all heard what we've talked here and what our colleagues have told us and all that. So yeah, good night.